Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, and welcome to NerdTube. And I apologize for the delay, but our usual host is not here at this moment. He's either M, M, or H. And when it comes to Ginger Greek, M, M, or H means masturbating, masticating, or hibernating. And while sleep, I do have Christine with us. How you doing?
I'm a little sick, but Corona will pass.
Oh yes. Oh, it looks like Ginger Greek has woken up and he will be joining soon. And I hope you get well soon, Chris.
Thank you.
So we have an array of things to talk about um, from from this week's events. Now I'm going to show you something, Chris, that I found quite remarkable, and this happened only on the 7th of January, just a few days ago. So yeah, let's check this out.
Okay.
This is quite remarkable. Let's see if I can full screen this. This happened on the 7th of January, so 5 days ago. Look at this. This is in Italy.
You know,
All right. I'll just start just for the first few seconds again. You see that? You know what that is? That's a fucking Nazi salute, Chris. Yeah.
I know. I uh, I know my history, and these people might be moving to Argentina soon. I hope. Not that
I
I
know as
wish it
well.
on the Argentinians, but like if history repeats itself, fuck.
Yep,
That's mind-boggling.
that is a Nazi salute. It's 2024, right? Yeah, and that only happened on the 7th of January, 5 days ago, Netherverse. Yeah, what it is that these are Mussolini fanatics. They remember a particular day after the Second World War where all these Mussolini supporters they are remembering a couple of kids who apparently got killed by some left wing fanatics, and so they remember their deaths by doing this particular protest, I guess, however you want to call it. Is absolutely fucking ridiculous. I mean, after the Second World War, Germany pretty much learned not to kind of repeat what they did in the Second
Right.
World War, which is why they're so different to what they were. The Italians, unfortunately, they are very much proud. The same way, unfortunately, parts of America are quite proud of their racial history. The Italians are no fucking different. You see this shit, you see these bastards. I mean, let's just continue having a look at this. Look, I mean, you can't disguise that. You know, I and
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 Russians. There's Russians that do this shit, and I'm thinking, do you not remember what side you were on?
yeah. Well, it just concerns me because we've spoken about the fascism being back on the rise again around the world, and this is a prime example of it. Now, lots of people um within Italian Italian government officials, so to speak, many of them have condemned this, and rightfully so. But there's one person who hasn't, and that's their dear leader. Now, her name escapes me, but I did know that she was a uh, an admirer of Mussolini, and which is why I believe she's not condemning this because these motherfuckers are admirers of Mussolini. They're wearing the black shirts of Mussolini, you know, and I think we're a day and age now where, unfortunately, fascist people are very vocal. I mean, these sort of things would, it's hard to believe that these things are actually happening. They'll be clamped down at one particular
Because
point.
there's no excuse. There's no excuse to be this ignorant. There's none. Like, there's no way. You are willingly expelling to the world and telling the world that you're a fucking racist. There's no like, well, like I was convinced by propaganda, or we were in a depression and I didn't know who to blame, or it was slow like indoctrination. We know enough now. There's no excuse.
My concern is that these things are happening everywhere. Like we're seeing fucking Nazis hanging around goddamn Disney World in Florida and shit. They're openly marching around. Some of them are not hiding their faces, and you got variations of racist organizations, modern day versions like the Proud Boys and stuff like that, with their token Latino and stuff like that in there, just to maybe hide the fact how bigoted they actually are. And then you got world leaders, whether it be people like Vladimir Putin, even Netanyahu and Donald Trump. They are very much against certain things. Like Netanyahu is very much against interracial marriage as well as interfaith marriage and things like that. In even things like gay marriage and stuff like that is not legal in Israel. Even though they like to come across as quite left wing when it comes to certain things compared to their Muslim counterparts. They're very similar, actually. So, yeah, they are definitely. We're definitely in a crazy world now where more and more people who are bigoted are so open about it, and they're not hiding it. And this group might look quite large, but there's only 200 people or so.
It
That's still
doesn't
a lot
matter.
of
That's
people.
the 200. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's the 200 that decided to show up and aren't afraid to do it in public. For every one of those, like how many are in the shadows? And that scares me because there's a lot more. And I don't want the world to be like that. Any rational thinking person doesn't want the world to be like that. And for
Yeah.
any leader not to openly and proudly and loudly not condone, condemn this, why are they a leader? Like,
Well, I mean, unfortunately, they were voted in because they are like that, and
yeah,
um. But let's just get to a couple of some comments here. None of us is crazy in our modern day. The plethora of hate and ignorance that is around, yeah, more so than ever, and it sells. Unfortunately, it really does. I think the people who have the most hate in the heart are the people who are um are easily targeted for this grift. They'll fucking give everything away, sell it, give their rights away, in order to shit on the other, and that's the world we live in at this moment in time. Winslow's only hope says you'd think, but we're going way backwards. Yes, a lot of us are. And it's crazy because being in the mindset that I am, and I guess same with yourself, Chris, that you find things like this hard to fathom. Like, how can we be going this direction? I mean, racism maybe 100 years ago or so. I'm not saying it was understandable, but people were less aware of the levels of multiculturalism. We don't have it now like they did back then, and there were
you
lines.
you lived in separate pockets. You didn't
Yeah,
know what the others were like.
yeah, and there was no interracial marriages and stuff like that. Black people drank from separate water fountains. All of these things were there to keep us divided, but we're more of a melting pot than ever, and it makes you wonder how these things can still occur because of that. Everyone's in everyone's country now. How is this still possible? But yeah, it still happens, unfortunately. Rick B. Hi, I'm drinking moonshine for the first time. Okay, great. Don't go blind, mate.
Enjoy.
So, so regarding yeah, so Penny apparently will be here very shortly. In the meantime, I do want to get back. I still want to kind of stick with this until we get some more people on board. But
Yeah, repeat it or whatever you need to do. I mean,
no, no,
it's should be known. I mean, should get the word out, right?
Yeah, I mean, levels of bigotry runs in various ways. Like, um, at this moment in time, like even within Germany now, like regarding the Israel-Palestine protests, if you're pro-Palestinian, you will get arrested for that, and that's happening in Germany. So Germany now are kind of repeating some of the mistakes they made way back, but this time round, they're doing it towards a demographic of people who they don't want to come across as anti-Semitic ever again. They're so
Yeah.
desperate never to be anti-Semitic ever again. They are doing the very thing that they were condemned for, like 80 years ago. And and like the crazy thing about it is that Palestinians are Semites. Semitism is not just to do with Jews. So, but yeah, you try
It's
explaining that.
people don't understand the difference between the country and the religion. And
Yeah. And if anything, a lot of the Israelis, if you look at them, you look at their ethnicity, they're not ethnic, they're not ethnically from the Middle East. They are immigrants, they are settlers, and they're not from that part of the world. They're from European parts of the world, and they're trying to make that country their own, and
yeah,
they're not ethnically from there, and
and it's not just
that's the irony, big
and
time.
it's not just Jewish people that want to settle there. Fundamentalist Christians, especially from the South and the States, are adamantly pushing for more Jewish people to settle in the Middle East because it ties to the apocalypse and the
Yeah.
rapture.
Yeah,
And
I know about that. Yeah.
yeah, and it's just like you are wishing for the end of the world, not only because you want to go to heaven, but you want the people you don't like to go to hell.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, I know.
so
It,
much
it
hate,
definitely.
so much hate. Like I think Ginger's gonna hate this, but I really like Ren, and he kind of preaches a more like why why does violence and hate sell so well? Why don't we change this and stop depending on other people to change this, but make the change yourself? Start spread the love. You know,
Hello, Mr. System. By the way, I just want to quickly show Ginger what we were looking at earlier. Ginger, check this out. This was
I've
in
seen all this.
Italy.
Yeah, yeah, I've
Yeah,
seen this.
7 days
This is
ago.
Italy, though. This is Italy in a nutshell. Are you replaying this for me, or
I'm replaying it for you and a couple of people in the chat as well.
oh, right, for a
But
couple of people in the chat? Hi, Rick.
Rick B, there's your fucking dreamland right there, mate. And sorry, I couldn't help myself.
if I automatically just suddenly turn this off without saying anything, it's because my nurse is at the door and I got to mask up and run to meet her. It's not because I'm leaving.
Okay,
No problem.
no problem.
So, Ginger, we were just speaking about that. You got anything you would like to add on all of that
No,
craziness?
not when it comes to Italy. This is nothing new. Like if you look at their football fans, their ultras, it's full of them, full of Nazis, full of fascists. So yeah, seeing that doesn't surprise me. Seeing the rise of fascism doesn't surprise me. Like I've been talking about this shit now for 15 years. That this is the way we're heading because it's the natural conclusion for rampant fascism. I'm not a genius in saying it. It's what people have been saying, and you're like, oh yeah, protect capital at all costs.
I agree with you. I mean, you got people like Nick Fuentes; they're more emboldened than ever. All these fucking Nazis and shit like that. We're mentioning how there's Nazis outside Disney World and Nazis in Trump rallies. You got the fucking American flag, Trump flag, the fucking Confederate flag, and you got the fucking Nazi flag, all in the same fucking rally. And they're more emboldened. They with more and more fascist leaders coming out of the woodwork, they feel that they can finally be themselves, and they are.
And you'd think that if you loved your American country and you were an American at a rally and you saw these Nazi flags, wouldn't you just take your American flag and go home?
Well,
I
Well,
would.
depends on the Americans, because let's face it, they're not the sharpest tools in the box.
Yeah.
These people think they're the fucking they're the good guys, and they're the victims, and you know, Trump is Jesus and all this kind of stuff. Like, they literally think that he's a second coming of Christ.
It's
Yeah.
cult worship for him.
That's
It's
where we
quite
are.
crazy.
And you know, the only thing I will say is, at least over here in the UK, as much as they're trying, it's just not working. Like, you know, we're not heading down that path anytime soon, as much as they want to. Look, the Tories are about to get wiped out in the next election. We might still replace them one Tory from another, but the other voters, they're not going right wing; they're going more left wing. If you look at what's happened to under Keir Starmer, the Greens have risen. They own more council seats now than at any time in their history, and that's just the where the land is. It's just not going to ever go to far right fascism here. It might go right wing, might stay right wing, but it won't go the same way as America. It won't go the same way as like Italy and things like that. So I'm not too fussed. If America goes full fascism, so be it. Fuck them.
No. I live upstairs from them. Not acceptable.
Well, your job is to make sure your country doesn't go full fascist. You know, it's
Yeah.
you know, Argentina is just is gone is you know, has a fucking far right libertarian government, and now they're already feeling the pinch, and so you know, like, yeah, what can I say? Like, when you see firsthand how it will affect them, and if they don't change after they see that their government has absolutely destroyed their economy, then you know they deserve to go down. That's why I have no sympathy for Argentina. You know, I have no sympathy. You have
Don't cry from them. Don't cry
no.
for them.
I won't cry for them. I won't cry for Argentina, because it's
You'd have
like,
thought-
well, listen, how many times have you been here before? How much longer are you going to be a fucking American puppet? All right, how you've seen what happened in Bolivia, you've seen what happened in Chile, and you're still
And
going down that
Brazil.
road.
I mean,
Huh?
they're Bolsonaro. They're
And they just had
Bolsonaro
Bolsonaro, who destroyed the
And-
economy there as well.
and destroyed the
So-
rainforest as well. And like,
Yeah,
this guy comes along looking like, you know, like some guy from a '60s tribute act, and running around with a chainsaw. Like, what the fuck, man? Like,
yeah.
this-
I mean, I find it difficult to care about Argentina anyway. There's a lot of history there as well, even with the Falklands, but even with just them always being a fucking puppet for the United States. And it's just like, you know, the rest of the world can just keep an eye on them and be like, there you go. That's what fascism will bring you. You know, they put this guy in the newspapers, they bigged him up. They told you what his policies were. Now you can watch as the country's crashing. So, and if that's still where you want to go as a people, then that's what you deserve.
They get
Simple as
sold by
that.
the razzmatazz. Unfortunately, people they buy into that so easily, and it's usually the older people who do, not the younger people. Like they fall for these dickheads who talk a good game. I mean, Jesus Christ, you're supposed to be older, smarter, wiser, and these motherfuckers have duped you. It's just
Yeah.
it's
Well,
it's
you know,
infuriating.
the younger generations are clued up on all this. They're not buying into the bullshit.
It's not just that, but it's once again it's the cult worship. This guy, this what's his name again? Javier something,
BB or something
the-
like that.
yeah, well, yeah, but he is going to have a cult worship the same way Bolsonaro has had it in Brazil, because like Bolsonaro supporters are cultists. You know, they really
Yeah,
are.
the evangelicals.
Even yeah, they're no different to Trump supporters as well. And this is my problem with right wing supporters, because they don't want to hold their politicians accountable. They want to worship them. and you should
Yeah.
never be worshipping a politician ever. That's the most stupidest thing ever. These people are supposed to fucking work for you, and you're fucking worshipping them. What the fuck is wrong with right wingers? I mean,
I know.
seriously.
And what
Yeah.
you said about older people knowing better, unfortunately, there's a family member of mine that is in his 70s and is a Canadian, and he worships Trump. And it saddens me because
Yeah.
yes, he
Yeah,
used to have like the normal everyday, like people do have some bigotry and some preconceived notions about stuff, but now he's full on racist. Like,
yeah, that's just the
Sorry, there's another thing as well. Like
journey.
one of these mass shootings that has happened countless times in schools within America. This one girl, her father started to believe in the Alex Jones conspiracy theories, and he got brainwashed by him, and now he doesn't believe his own daughter, who was involved in the school fucking shooting, whose friend had been fucking killed. And this guy has fallen for that propaganda. How is that possible? But it is possible. But I can't fathom it, knowing that her excuse me, that her daughter was involved in the mass shooting. He doesn't even believe his daughter was involved in the mass shooting. It's gone to that level now. You know, he believes
Yeah,
all the fucking Alex Jones stuff. It's crazy.
that's just ridiculous. I mean, that just shows you how far. But but the point is, and again, and this is the argument I make with people who say, "Oh, you know, this is just an echo chamber. You need to hear the opposite side." That's the opposite side. The people, and that guy's a prime example. His own kid was involved in something that became a conspiracy theory by people that weren't there, and that person doesn't believe his own daughter, who was at the school and got shot, but believes some cunt on YouTube.
yeah.
This is
It,
why I insist about like being, you know, I don't need to hear the other side's arguments. I've heard it. I know what they're like. Been doing this for fucking 20 years. You know, well, how long have we been doing YouTube now? Well, it's coming up to 18 years. What, 2006, 2007?
It's getting close to
Came on,
20.
came
I
on
started in
fucking
2000.
YouTube.
I personally started in 2008. So
if you
I
could
think
answer,
me
if you could
too.
answer
Yeah.
one question for me when they're like opposed to my side, is there anything I can say to change your mind? And if the answer is no, why talk? Why
Well,
talk to me?
look, and the thing is, look, you're supposed to grow and you're supposed to learn as a person. I've said it here a million times. When I first came onto the scene, I was not a left winger. I was center right. Okay, because I bought into the bollocks. I didn't know any better. I didn't have outlets, and this is the trap. When you don't have outlets to kind of educate yourself and know the history and all this kind of stuff, you just don't realize it. And then when it hits you personally, you're like, hang on a second, this ain't right. And then you start looking into it. You look into the history. You're like, okay, the logical conclusion for a working class person should be to be more left wing because it's more like, well, it benefits everyone and all capital isn't being transferred to just a small group of people and everyone's paying a fairer share of tax. But
Yeah.
if you can't come to that, just that simple conclusion, right? And I always argue, I don't give a shit about your social leanings. Like, as long as you don't want to do any harm to any person, you don't want to agree with certain, I don't give a fuck. Just don't harm another group. But your economics, that's the measure for me, because that's the one area where people are lied to the most and they don't understand. If you don't understand economics and how it rules the world and how it runs, then that shows me, well, you're not going to learn. You're just going to be parroting what you're told.
And
You have to go on your own journey. You have to see things for yourself. And it's all there. All the evidence is there for you to see what the world is like.
and a good example in my mind is, no, I didn't like the 50s and 60s in the States for its social leadings. But if you looked at how they taxed people, it was more economically stable. People could have a one-income family, afford a house, afford college for their kids, have a car, because they taxed people appropriately.
Exactly. When the tax rates were higher, you had a booming middle class, you had a sound economy, you didn't have debts and all of that. And in the from 1979, when neoliberalism really came, and again, Chile is a prime example. That was the first country to suffer the consequences of neoliberalism when Pinochet became the dictator. Okay, and remember, they installed a dictator to oust a socialist government. And what they will tell you, socialism doesn't work. Of course, socialism doesn't work when capital is the one destroying the nations and destabilizing regions and ousting leaders. Okay, the Middle East was unbelievably socialist and progressive until the West got their hands on it. You look at old pictures of like Iran, Mogadishu, and Afghanistan, and all this kind of shit.
Afghanistan and
Women,
Iran, yeah.
women doctors, women walking around
Exactly.
in mini skirts, and in the 70s,
Sciences, and yeah.
Exactly, and Reagan himself said, like, I'd rather have fundamentalists in there than godless atheists. You know, that was his attitude. So we've seen the destruction and where it's gone. And if you can't put two and two together, be like, why? Because it's to protect the interests of a few groups. All right, you can't see that, then you're stupid. You know, and we saw it happen in England when Thatcher came in. Rampant privatization. People that live in London might think, yeah, it was all right. If you live outside of London, if you live up north, they'll tell you another thing. This is why we had parades when Thatcher died. We didn't mourn her death. We did parades. People have shit on her grave. People have destroyed statues that have been put up of her, you know, because her policies destroyed this country. So, yeah. You know, and I didn't know this until I started seeing it firsthand in the care industry, where they went after disabled people, and this government was ruthless and still ruthless now, going after the defenseless, killing 500,000 of your own citizens.
And they're not even the real ones draining the system. They're just the scapegoat, just, you know, for other people to feel happy about themselves and be like, oh no, they're taking all our money. They really weren't. They were taking a fraction, which they deserved, because we should take care of those in need. But it was just such a minute amount of money.
But they need somebody to blame. They need to say, look, the reason that the economy is doing badly is not because all the tax breaks and all the loopholes that the tax that all the rich people are using to kind of siphon away their money. The real people are the benefit scroungers. Like over here, we vilify benefit scroungers, you know. And sure, there's a couple of bad eggs, but you want to compare me 1.3 billion pounds of fraud compared to 180 billion pounds of squirreled away money.
Yeah, you talk about benefits, Grant. You look at the Windsor family, and to people outside of England, that's the royal family. Then
Yeah, I
you know,
know.
you talk about Elizabeth before she died. There's the original welfare queen right there. And but just to comment on a couple of things, Rick B says, the far left. We admired Corbyn. He was probably the best thing we had as a politician in a long time. Worship him, please. You know, that's strictly a far left trait when it comes to dickhead politicians. And Corbyn ended up being a bit of a dickhead politician, unfortunately. The last mass shooter was trans. No, it wasn't. There was a mass shooter that was trans, but it wasn't the last one. And considering most mass shooters tend to be people on your political spectrum, Rick B, I'll be keeping an eye out on you, mate, just in case you do something stupid.
Not only that, there's probably on average one a day in the States. They just don't report on them. That's how bad they are. And if one happened to be transgender, the other 364 that year weren't. You know?
But the one that happens to be trans is the one they'll focus on. And dumbasses like Rick will fall for it, be like, oh, look, see? It's like, of course you're going to get. But again, you look at, and I always say, even if it's a right-wing shooter, what is the situation in America that's causing all these mass shootings? What is the root cause? Nobody looks at the root cause, especially on the right. They just look at the now. They don't understand the past. They don't understand. They cannot deal with having to put an entire history together that gets to a certain point. They can only deal with what happened today. They can't even understand what happened yesterday. It's always about, oh, this happened today, therefore they're like Sith. They deal with absolutes. Basically, it's like today it happened, therefore this. It's like, what's the root cause of it? You know. But it's just trying to get through to them. But if they don't want to get through to them, I don't care. You know what I mean? The evidence is there. If you can't see it for
That's
yourself,
why
I'm
you
not
gotta
here to
ask
hold your
that.
hand.
That's why you gotta ask that first question. Would there be anything I could say to make you change your mind? And if they can't say yes, I don't bother.
Yeah.
And I'm turning my camera off because I can't sit up like this anymore. I can't breathe. But I'll be
no problem.
listening and talking.
No
All right.
problem.
Yeah, that's
Whatever
fine.
makes you feel comfortable. Whatever makes you feel comfortable.
Is that what you started off with? Was the Italy thing?
Yeah, I thought I'd bring that up initially.
All right. So we can move on to Hunter Biden if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I'm doing some last minute what do you call it, spamming. But yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Hunter Biden. So this is from what I know personally, because it would be nice to have some Americans on here to maybe brief us on this, but anyone in the chat could help us as well. But what I know is that for a long time, when it comes to deflection, obviously getting back at the Democratic Party for the way Donald Trump's being treated, Hunter Biden with his stupid past of doing stupid things has been targeted by the right as somebody who needs to be vilified, and they're going after him because really they've got nothing on Joe Biden, and him being Hunter Biden's son is the next best thing. They wanted to take Hunter Biden to court because they had all these subpoenas on him, and Hunter Biden said, "Fine, we'll do this publicly." But the Republicans want to do this privately. Reason being is that once this trial went ahead publicly, all of the fucking skeletons in the Republican closets regarding several politicians having subpoenas of their own started coming into the fray.
Right.
You know,
Oh, really?
Yeah. So like, if you're going after Hunter Biden, well, people like Jim Jordan and a few others whose names escape me, well, you have subpoenas. You haven't come to court to them. Why are you going after Hunter Biden? If anything, you're more of a dangerous person because you're a fucking politician in the halls of Congress, you know, making rules and making legislation. If anyone needs to be focused on it, it's you guys, and that's kind of like the gist of some of the things that was happening. And it was one of the first times you actually saw some backbone from the fucking Democrats, because this new wave of Democrats, not the old school ones that fucking would bend over and open their assholes for anything the Republicans did. This new wave of Democrats, you know, from AOC and a couple of others, are fighting back against the Republicans.
It's about time.
It is about time, and it was really good to see. There were so many moments, and this whole thing was just one of these massive sort of American reality shit shows anyway. And the moment Marjorie Taylor Greene came on, Hunter Biden decided to fuck off, not because he was worried about what Marjorie Taylor Greene had to say. She's fucking crazy, because when she did decide to showcase what she had to say to Hunter Biden, who ended up leaving, all she ended up doing was showing pictures of Hunter Biden's genitals and him smoking crack and stuff like that. Like, yeah, it wasn't great that he did some drugs and stuff, but him being naked and fucking people, like, shit. I mean,
that's literally revenge porn. What she did was revenge porn on him.
Well, and if it were done to a woman, everyone would be up in arms, right? But she did it to a man, and that's unfair because he didn't get the same support he deserved. Because again, if it happened to a woman, everyone would say, "Oh, that's horrible. That's wrong."
Well, this is the funny thing, because like one of the things the right likes to claim the left always does is virtual signaling, and then the right themselves will do virtual signaling when it be fucking bragging about how we've had 3 female prime ministers, or bragging about the first Asian prime minister, or in the Republicans' case, they will basically saying that Hunter Biden has white privilege. Ironically, when you look at the fucking Democratic Party and the Republican Party, the Democratic Party is very diverse. It's, as Kevin McCarthy said, ironically, it's an indication of what America is, whilst the Republican Party is the definition of white privilege with fucking tokens here and there. when majority of their fucking party is so fucking white, you need to wear shades when you're looking at a picture of them. You know what I mean? So she's saying white privilege that came back to haunt her, and obviously Marjorie Taylor Greene only, like she's got massive billboards in Congress of fucking Hunter Biden's bollocks for everybody to fucking see. What the fuck is this woman doing? You don't have to fucking show his bollocks to everyone. I mean, she's really going with the outrage, and people are starting to say now, yeah, she's obsessed with his nuts. You know what I mean?
She wants to bang him.
Yeah, for sure.
I bet she's flicked the bean over those pictures as well.
Yeah.
But she's just an unhinged moron. But because she's a Trump cultist, no one's challenging her from the right. They just
look,
you
want to get Hunter Biden some drug charges or banging some sex workers. All right. But that doesn't mean shit. I mean, most of the fucking, most of these politicians are probably, just haven't been caught yet. Been banging sex workers and doing drugs or fucking hookers, ass cracks, and God knows what. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
When the Republicans have their, before an election, they have a convention type thing. I forget the actual technical name for it in like Washington, D.C. Sex workers.
The Republican convention.
Yeah. Sex workers come in for both the Democratic and Republican Party. But there is a massive discrepancy in numbers for the Republican Party. More sex workers emigrate from other states to service those people than the Democratic Party.
They're the biggest hypocrites on the planet. Like, and everything they say is just projection. You know what I mean? Like, how many of them always get caught with a dick in the mouth? The ones that are so anti-LGBT.
Yep.
Mike Johnson will be next, by the way. Guaranteed.
Oh, 100%.
Mike Johnson will definitely be next. And by the way, Madison Cawthorn, the Republican who was in the wheelchair, that one, he ousted Republicans, but he was new to the game. He was their new kid on the block, this young handsome lad. And then he got invited to a sex party, and then he went on some podcast and spoke about that. And lo and behold, he has been ousted. You know what I mean? Like, be gone with you. I mean, how dare you fuck with our sex parties that we like to claim that we want to ban for everybody else, but we want to do ourselves. It's just, they're beyond hypocritical. So this shit, this whole Hunter Biden thing is a massive shit show. A lot of fun to watch. Probably gave Hunter Biden the best publicity he could ever ask for, and he might have a career from this. Who knows? But
he'll write a book about it and play the victim, even though Hunter Biden is a piece of shit. Let's be honest, he's a bigger piece of shit, as his dad is, and all of that. But because they've got nothing to pin, and it's only because they impeached Trump, because of the Trump impeachment. 100%. This is what they're trying to do it. And there's grounds to argue about how Hunter Biden has benefited with his dad being like the vice president and all that. Because if you look at the fucking mess in Ukraine and how Hunter Biden was on the fucking board for a gas company there and all this kind of shit, and he was just getting paid $50,000 a month for doing fuck all. Just for being for his son. So there's blatant corruption there. We've said before what a mess Ukraine is, and if they do catch him on anything and it goes down, good. Screw him.
Yeah.
The problem is you have to look internally, because what you're going to do to Hunter Biden, that's exactly what's happening with every single politician. They're all doing the same.
Trumps as well.
I was just gonna say. Trump's kids, same thing. There's so little difference between parties. If you're a politician, you're getting your kids, your family, your friends, sweet deals.
Yeah, Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, benefited massively under the Trump administration. Deals with Saudi Arabia, all these kind of special deals and arrangements with Israel. So he benefited massively. And if I'm the Democrats, they should be going after this. You know, don't just
well,
be ruthless about it.
Trump was not supposed to have any enterprises once he became president of the United States. He was supposed to give up all his businesses, everything. He didn't, obviously. Somehow
Nope.
he was able to. I don't know how he's able to get around that, but as far as the Republicans concerned, he could do what the fuck he wants. So that in itself is a criminal offense. I mean, the guy's got fucking criminal offenses coming at the wazoo at the moment. You know, if he doesn't get done for one of them, I'll be shocked. Just one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just one. You know what I mean? That'll be enough. I mean, the guy's already been convicted for sexually assaulting Jean Carroll, and he's still walking around like, what the fuck? This guy.
Yeah, exactly.
This guy, man. You know,
So,
I'm
okay.
afraid. I'm so
Oh, God.
afraid he's not going to be convicted of anything because I think that judges are afraid to do it to him, and prosecutors are afraid because they need to get elected.
Well,
Chris,
yeah,
sorry,
and
if
the
I could-
current trial that is going on in New York is like that's just a civil trial, so he can't go to jail for that. there is other stuff, but they have to make sure they have everything, all the evidence ready. And a lot of them, like the judge in New York, she's receiving like death threats and all this kind of stuff. But it's like, fuck, you just got to carry on. You can't show them you're afraid. And also they want to be careful how they go after Trump because a lot of them are just as guilty, you know.
Yeah. And
No, but
it's your job. If you're going to take that job, you better fucking do that job, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, and on top of that, I feel that even if Trump was convicted for majority of all of his crimes, I still don't think he'll end up going to jail for anything.
Nah.
You know, even if he's convicted, I just can't see it happening. You know, because that's
The
how
only time
America is.
someone like that will go to jail is if he pisses off fellow rich people. That's it.
And he has, but the funny thing is he has to a degree. But I just think like you want to see a two-tier justice system. Just look what's happening to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That in itself kind of shows it. You know, the guy, he's broken so many rules, so many regulations, when it comes to just being in court, and somehow he's not in jail whatsoever. He is above the fucking law, and he was above the fucking law before he even thought of becoming president, because he had so much money backing him when his father was alive. Now, most of his money are loans now because his father's dead and the fucking world's run dry. So he has to keep up this pretense of being rich. But money's coming in from being president of the United States, and people are paying him to make legislation. So this is his new way of making money, by being powerful.
Yeah, and speaking of the rich and powerful, let's move on because
Okay.
I don't want to stick on just one subject for too long. Court documents allege sex tapes taken of Prince Andrew, Bill Clinton, and Sir Richard Branson.
Yeah, about time Richie fucking get some shit done on him. I hate that fucking bastard.
Oh yeah, Richard Branson's a piece of shit.
He's also part of that smiler contingent I tell you about, where anyone who smiles all the time is fucking dangerous or is full of shit. He is part of that.
Well, he's a billionaire. They're all the fucking same, just psychos. Sex tapes are alleged to have been taken of Prince Andrew, Bill Clinton, and Sir Richard Branson by Jeffrey Epstein, court documents have revealed. Sarah Ransom, who says the victim of Epstein wrote in emails to a reporter in 2016 outlining claims the Duke of York, the ex-US president and billionaire businessman, were filmed having sex with her unnamed friend on separate occasions by the paedophile US financier. A firm representing the lawyer, Alan Dershowitz. Oh, God, don't get me started on the dirt on that fucking guy. Stuff has come out about him fucking underage girls now as well.
And Israel wants him to be their representation in that court proceedings against South Africa. I think.
Yeah, because he's in bed with Israel, like massively. The claims included in hundreds of documents that a US judge has ordered to be unsealed as part of a civil claim by Andrew's accuser, Virginia Giuffre, against Ghislaine Maxwell, blah, blah, blah. Despite the defamation case being concluded 7 years ago, the Miami Herald successfully fought to make the names and documents associated with it public. Andrew has seriously denied any wrongdoing, Miss
Strenuously
Ransom,
denied.
Miss Ransom, gave a victim impact statement ahead of Epstein's former girlfriend and longtime associate, blah, blah, New York. On behalf of Sir Richard Branson, a Virgin Group sponsor, said in New York, published in 2019, Ransom admitted that she had invented the sex tapes. We can confirm that Sarah Ransom's claims are baseless and unfounded. Oh, really? Well, why does it come back up then? So,
We'll see.
We'll see. Exactly. We'll see. I mean, part of me doesn't want it to be true if there's underage
Right.
people involved, and if they're legal, then I don't really care then.
But if it did happen, I want the tapes to be real because I
Yeah.
want them to be punished.
Yeah, this stuff, like, again, and I don't think we'll ever get a full list of details of people on that island and just how far it goes. And because, it's the same thing that happened with the Panama Papers. The reporter that exposed the Panama Papers was killed. She was murdered, but the news won't tell you that. They got to her because that's what happened.
I'll admit, I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Well, the Panama Papers basically showed you exactly how the world is run and where people put how the rich and powerful hide their money and use it to kind of influence politics around the world and all this kind of stuff. And that's what it exposed. And the person that exposed it was killed.
I believe
as a result. Yeah,
I believe it.
But that's what I mean. That's what I say to people. I say, if you wanted to see how the rich squirrel away their money and don't contribute anything to society, then all you need to do is just go read all the incidents with the Panama Papers. It's all there for you to see. But people just want to be tribal and stick within their groups because they're too stupid to do otherwise. And speaking of stupid people, we have show you just how dumb Elon Musk is. So, end wokeness again, bunch of idiots. Illegal border crossings under Biden. So all these kind of numbers, they're not factually true at all. And this is the real attack on our democracy. So illegal border crossings, okay? Elon Musk, this is illegal voter importation, plain and simple.
No.
Right, there's a problem with that. You can't fucking vote if you're an illegal immigrant, you dumb fuck.
Yep.
Yeah, but how many Americans know that?
None. They'll be told that these people are coming into the border. I say none, but you know what I mean. Like, they'll be told, yeah, they're coming across the border and voting for, like, the Democrats, and people believe it. They'll believe it. They already believe it. And it's just like, what the fuck are you doing, mate? You can't vote if you're an immigrant.
Not only that, they make it extra hard for people that are actually, citizens to vote by making them go through hoops just to get their proper ID. So how could an illegal alien even get those papers?
Exactly. So, again, more stupid. But Musk is just the epitome. He's just an idiot whose parents made a lot of fucking money under apartheid, which is why he's anti-immigrant and pro-white immigration. He's okay with that and wants people to make babies because he needs muppets to fucking make his money. But other than that, he's just a horrid little cretin and another would-be fascist because he Twitter banned like a shitload of journalists.
Mr. Free Speech.
Yeah. Mr. Free Speech. And they went on a huge banning spree. But thanks to pressure from other people. Yes, you are, Chito, yeah.
And that's why you still support SpaceX. Okay.
Yeah. But you bang on about free speech and you ban a load of journalists, and it's only because of pressure from external pressure from other people kind of speaking out against it. Did you bring them on and then you try to lie like, oh, it was a clerical mistake? No, listen, you banned every single fucking left-wing reporter and person that holds truth to power, or whatever the fucking term is.
Who hold Elon Musk accountable as well, mainly. A lot of the times he hates fucking, but he's no different to Trump. He wants people to fucking kiss his ring all the goddamn time.
He's a dictator. Yeah, he's a dictator.
Look, I support space programs. I don't support SpaceX because considering what this guy, who the person who's running it, and considering his track records with some of the things that he's already had out there with his cars going on fire and him experimenting on monkeys and wanting to implant shit and stuff like that. Obviously,
It's
what
not
he's
even
done
that.
to Twitter, what he's done to Twitter as well. You know,
Yeah.
why would you ever want to get on one of his rockets ever? Like, it's a
It's
death sentence.
not
It's the
what
treatment of his workers. I mean, he's been dragged through the courts now over. He
Yeah.
wants to change. He wants to change the law regarding something that's going on at SpaceX that people are taking him to court for, and he wants to change the law where they something or other. I can't remember. I should have saved it. Did I save it? You guys carry on.
well when you're looking. NASA actually does research and science
Yes,
when
baby.
they go into space. What does he do?
He
Nothing.
takes the plaudits. Like, people say he builds rockets. No, he doesn't. He hires people who fucking build rockets. He ain't got the fucking capability of doing that. His fucking cars were supposed to be shatterproof. They weren't. And then when it came to somebody throwing a baseball at his car again, they did the most pussy ass throw ever to make sure that the ball wouldn't
Yeah.
break the glass. You know, he's such a con man. You know, he's so full of fucking shit.
And even with these rockets that he pays other people to build and he sends them into space, what does he do when they're up there? Nothing of importance, nothing of value.
He said 15 years ago, that he would have somebody, he would already be sending people to Mars or whatever, within 10 years or something like that. That hasn't materialized. I really do think that all his space shit is on the back burner because he's too busy having people suck his nuts on Twitter. And that, for me, I believe, is far more important to him than space exploration. Yeah, but
Mhm.
Musk is SpaceX, dude. He's the one at the top. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, I wish he wasn't, and I would support SpaceX as well. And look, once again, I've always said, Cheeto, that I want to be wrong about this. I really want to be proven wrong about this, and I'll be the first one to apologize if that's the case. If SpaceX is successful, and you know, we start colonizing Mars and whatever, I'll be the very first person to say, yeah, I was wrong. But as long as Elon Musk is at the helm, I just feel it's a clusterfuck way to happen.
Why don't we focus on fixing the planet we're on?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But green policies are
They're making laws to get immigrants working status and working. Some laws will allow them to be police officers once they're working and paying taxes than voting. I'm pretty sure you still have to. Don't you have to be a citizen? Fuck, what's going on with my camera here?
yeah,
You
you
have
have
to
to
be-
that citizen test. You know, like John Oliver had to do
You need
that.
a green
You
card,
know,
don't you?
no, yeah, but he had to do that. And then now he's classified as an American citizen, and now he can do things like vote. You know what I mean? I always thought it was difficult, but being American citizen always seemed like one of the most difficult things we had to do. It's like fucking doing the knowledge test as a cab driver. You know, it's one of those really fucking hard exams, and
Yeah.
most Americans themselves have failed it. You know, when they've taken it just for the sake of seeing how difficult it is. Americans can't pass it, but they're expecting obviously immigrants to. And then once they do pass it, they're eligible to do things like vote. So
No offense, Zam, but I can't even believe that you passed because I know how hard that
oh, no,
cab driver
no,
test is.
no, sorry, Chris. I don't want to be mistaken. I haven't done the knowledge test. I am a cab driver, but not a black cab driver. The black cab drivers do the knowledge test. I had to do a test myself. Don't get me wrong. It was so fucking easy that I got 100%. You know, you know,
I wasn't
yeah.
making fun of your intelligence. I just know how
No, I know.
hard that
No,
test is.
it can be. I mean, there are a whole bunch of exams that I had to do, to like variety of different. I had to like take a mental evaluation as well. And back then, I wasn't clean like I am now, but I still had to do it. You know, in order to get that particular job. But
Right.
luckily, they found out that I'm not a nonce, which is one of the most important things. You know what I mean? Because I take people's children in my car. you know, on my own, you know, and so that's important. And I actually tell some of my customers who do like put their kids in cab drivers' cars, I tell them, you know what, make sure that the cab driver themselves is a parent. Then they're more likely to be safe in a cab driver's car who is a parent themselves. Then they're not. And funnily enough, I'm not a parent, but this is still the advice I recommend giving. So yeah.
Yeah, TLD, just to answer your question here. So I've gone to the USA.gov website, and it goes, so who can vote? You can vote in US federal, state, and local elections if you are a citizen. Brackets, some areas allow non-citizens to vote in local elections only. So non-citizens cannot vote in federal elections.
I knew
meet
that.
the state's residency requirements, are 18, blah, 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 are registered to vote by the state's voter registration. Who cannot vote? Non-citizens, including permanent legal residents, cannot vote in federal, state, and some local elections. Ergo, it makes no difference on the presidency. So,
and they'll still drop people from the registry if they can get their hands on it, if they think they're going to vote liberal.
oh yeah,
And
vote
the Republicans have been
right
caught.
in red states. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and they
So
just
then
did it over
wonder-
here in the UK as well.
I wonder if you could bring up the test, the American citizenship test.
Let's have a look.
SpaceX to take astronauts to the International Space Station. They launch satellites for the military. Okay, fair enough. You have a point there.
Test yourself, preparing for the oath. All right, here we go. Let's put the test up. Let's have a laugh. I suck at tests, by the way.
Yeah, let's do it. I haven't done a test in ages.
I don't have paper here or a pen, so you'll just have to trust me if I know the answer or not.
Yeah,
We'll
that's
all do it
fine.
together. Start
All
the
right.
test.
Start the test. We could just blurt it out anyway. We're not
Okay.
taking this too seriously. There were 13 original states. Name 3. Virginia.
Well, New York,
Massachusetts,
Florida.
ooh, no,
No.
not
no.
Florida. They're
Carolina.
all around the DC area.
Well, no, North and South
Virginia,
Carolina.
Massachusetts, and one other.
Virginia, Massachusetts, Carolina.
Yeah.
Washington State.
No, that's not a state. That's a region.
That's on the West Coast. I mean, talking where
Yeah.
Seattle is. Yeah.
That wasn't
Yeah.
original.
We're talking about 3 of the
Hello.
original 13.
New
So,
York.
anyway,
New York.
New
I
York,
mentioned New York.
yeah.
Yeah.
New York, Massachusetts,
Hold on,
Carolina.
I gotta go. I'll be back.
Okay.
When you say Carolina, but Carolina is North and South. Is it? Just
Yeah,
one?
but it's split. I think it's split afterwards. Then you got Virginia, and then you got
Delaware. By Texas.
Delaware. Yeah, maybe Delaware.
Louisiana.
New England.
New England, the state.
Huh? Yeah, New England, the state, isn't it?
I have no idea.
Maybe not. I don't know. See, I told you I'm not very good with tests. Right, moving on. Practice saying the part loud. Select your answer. I don't have a fucking answer.
Oh, okay.
Whoops.
B.
Okay,
B.
there you go. Yeah, New
I
York,
didn't hear
Virginia.
the question.
Oh, we got multiple choice here, so we got B.
We've got multiple choice.
Yeah,
New
but
York,
it's too
Virginia.
small for me to read.
Utah, Nebraska, and Kansas. That's your answer, Christine. Write it down.
There are 3. I can't read this. It's too small.
What?
Don't
hang
worry.
on. Oh yeah, because you're on your phone. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, well Pennsylvania used to be the capital as well, wasn't it?
Oh no.
Philadelphia.
What do we show loyalty when we say we're showing loyalty to corporations and the military
Jesus.
and
And
Jesus
guns.
and the flag and
God,
flag and
country. There's one other.
The United Nations. There you go. That's the answer.
United, yeah, B.
Oh, look, yes, is correct. Next question. What are 2 ways that Americans can practice in their democracy?
Vote.
Buying a gun
Raiding
and-
other countries.
and stealing other countries' oils, freedom
Vote.
in other countries.
And join the military.
Yeah, that.
Purchase
There you go.
drive a
Purchase a
carpet.
building and go on a trip. That must be it. Yeah. Yeah. Help the campaign and run for the office. Drive a car and go to a
What?
museum. Oh, well, I like that one. Eat at a restaurant and apply for a job. Yeah, I'm gonna get that one there. Help with the campaign and run for office. Okay, but nothing about purchasing guns. So this is very unpatriotic test.
Well,
Yeah.
Name one war fought by the United States in the 1900s. Oh, gee.
oh
every
man, I don't have enough fingers on my hands to fucking name them all. Okay.
First, second, Korean, Vietnam,
Gulf 1 and 2.
Panama, Grenada, fucking Iran,
The Cold War.
Cold War, fucking
Yeah, Jesus
name it,
Christ.
Iraq. They might not have been directly involved. Afghanistan, you name it. If they weren't involved, they funded it at least.
yeah,
And funded by militias. Cuba, fucking, pick your bloody yeah, that's it, the Civil War. Well, I knew it was going to be World War II. These fucking people. When must all men register for selective service? Under the age of 30, between 18 and 26, between 9 and 50, between 16 and 27.
18.
That's a hard one.
No.
I'm gravitating between 18 and 26, but
Yeah,
I wouldn't
me
be
too.
surprised if it's 9 and 50. 18 and 26.
Yeah,
man.
9 and 50. Yeah, that's it. Is it not? It's not between 16 and 27. 'cause you
Yeah,
can
that's a
register.
possibility. Yeah. Because they like to get them in young, don't they?
Yeah,
Yeah,
get
I
them
mean-
ready.
Get them
Yeah,
ready.
Oh no! It's
Oh,
not
it is
D.
18.
Oh no, I'm terrible.
Interesting.
Repeat the question, so it'll be 18 and 26.
Yeah.
All right, okay, that's fine. Under our constitution, some powers belong to the federal government. What is the power of the federal government? To take away your freedoms.
Yeah, make you work to death. No,
To
no.
provide police protection, to give a driving license, to approve zoning and land use, to make treaties.
Well, D, make treaties.
Yeah.
Wow.
Name one U.S. territory. What, like the U.S.
Alaska.
Islands or?
No, not
Oh.
Alaska. It's Puerto Rico.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, Hawaii, Florida, Alaska. Yeah, I told you. See, Virgin Islands.
Yeah, Virgin
Suck it,
Islands.
losers. What is the one thing Benjamin Franklin is for? Fucking all his slaves.
Making
Did he invent-
glasses.
Invented the light bulb.
Wrote the Constitution. You fucking idiots.
Well, he made glasses too.
Oldest member of the Constitutional President during the Civil War, fought for civil rights. He definitely did not fucking do
Nope.
that. Purchased the Louisiana Territory. No, oldest member of the Constitutional Convention. No.
Well,
What stops
that's what he's
one
famous for, being the
Say that
oldest
again?
member. I mean, he's famous for being the oldest. Nothing really of any significance. Just the oldest. Congratulations, Benjamin Franklin.
Let's have a look here. What's a lot for all be TLD? Keep an eye on the comments, Am, because I can't see what's a go on.
Yeah, okay. They're trying to answer it with us. Cheeto said Samoa regarding the US.
Yeah, I mean,
United States
there
Samoa.
is. Yeah, Samoa. Yeah, that he'd be right.
Yeah.
What stops one branch of government from becoming too powerful? House of Representatives and the Senate. Checks and
Yes, A.
balances. Confederacy. Freedom of speech.
A.
It's A or B.
I think
Yeah.
it's A. No.
Oh, B then. God damn it.
Checks and balances. That sounds
Yeah.
like something you get from a bank.
Well, it might not be the answer. It might be something else. But what did the Declaration of Independence do? Allow rich landowners to stop paying taxes and keep their slaves. Deny the government, started the first free libraries, said that United States is free, freed the slaves.
I hope it is C, just for the absolute irony of them having slaves.
Yeah.
This is a
You
fucking
got
idiot.
8 out of 10 correct. Hey.
Yay.
Are we citizens now?
Yeah, we're citizens. Let's see. It was correct answer was 18 to 26.
Yeah.
And yeah, checks and balances. Not bad for non-Yankees.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
funny. I
This
thought
is
they were
obviously
going to
that's the
ask.
most basic test, but
I thought they were going to ask something hard, like what do the 13 stripes on the American flag stand for? You know, it's the 13 first original colonies.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's the first original
The
states
first
or colony.
13 clan members.
Yeah,
Yeah. The
yeah.
white stripes, that is, not the red stripe. Yeah, the red stripes with the Native
Right, right,
Americans,
right
they
now
fucking,
as well.
yeah,
Okay,
exactly. Yeah.
let's move on to well, I'll get these two out of the way because they're a bit fucking morbid, and then I'll have a little rant about Reddit. Rick will love this one, and then we'll go into the other stuff. But Yemen has been illegally bombed by the United States and Britain, just for the
What?
simple fact. Yep, they are now bombing it because of the blockades that they've put in and hijacking tankers going into Israel. So basically, you could bomb another country. You could cause genocide in your own country, but if you steal containers to protect those being murdered, you get bombed for it. So that's
Fuck.
basically what's
I didn't
happening.
know they were stealing. I thought they were blocking. But
They were stealing the containers. They were hijacking the
area.
containers, but they were doing it because or because of what the atrocities being committed by Israel. So now we're bombing them. So now we're in a full-on regional war over
Yep.
there. Fantastic, brilliant. It's illegal, by the way, because you're meant to get permissions, but they're just doing it anyway because this is where we are now. We're beyond. There is no such thing as democracy, and the opposition in the UK, like Keir Starmer, are championing it. So no truth, no one is holding power accountable, and so yet again, the Yemenis are being fisted up the arse by the West, and see what happens. Will the Iranians get involved? I know, like the Hezbollah from Lebanon are fighting back now as well. So we're in a regional war now. It's official. This is a regional war. You can't be blowing up another country that's not threatening you.
I
All
know.
right, and threatening Israel. Well, I'm do that because they're mobilizing troops and all of that, but it still doesn't give you a fucking right to bomb another country. If Israel wants to do it, they're within their rights.
But America is in bed with Israel. They send more money there. They can have their own like public health system in Israel because of the amount of money America sends them. Yet America doesn't have a public health system.
Yeah, because corporations rule the world, baby. And on that note as well, speaking of Israel, South Africa, the only country with balls, is actually taking Israel to courts for its human rights violations.
Wow.
For what it's done. It's declared that it's an apartheid state. And now we are seeing the most hilarious circus of people trying to, basically just, fob Africa off to say, oh, what do they know? And look at the state of their country and all of that. Listen, mate, South Africa knows one thing about anything. It's fucking apartheid.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, you can't dismiss them and scoff at them and tell them that they don't know anything and all this kind of shit. And they've come with like a huge document and they read it out, outlining everything. And Israel claps back with the most ridiculous kind of shit with no evidence to back it up. So
South Africa learned from its mistakes, at least partially, if they're doing this, right?
Well, they know to highlight it. They know about the injustice that's going on. Just again, yeah, their country's in the shit because of any country that dared to go socialist would be fucking bombed into oblivion. So there's still a bunch of neoliberals in power, but at least they recognize and they have the balls to talk about the apartheid that's going on and the atrocity. So it's it's hilarious to kind of see the response to that, and you get idiots, politicians that don't know anything that's going on trying to chime in. You're like, you don't know shit. Shut the fuck up. South Africa knows what they're talking about.
Sorry about that, guys.
That's all right. Hopefully that gets the ball rolling and more countries can start putting pressure on the UN to kind of take action against.
Do you think, as much as it's really good to see the lone voice in all of this, South Africa, which is kind of crazy that there's only one country, considering all these other Islamic countries have an issue with Israel regarding this, and they're not fucking standing in solidarity with South Africa. But do you really think anything's going to come from this? That's my only issue.
No,
and I mean, you can't say it's going to shed light on this. Lots of light has been shed on this in the first place. South Africa doing what they're doing is not going to shed any further light on it. So that's my only concern about all of this. That's why I haven't been like jumping for joy regarding what South Africa is doing, because as long as America is Israel's bitch, then Israel will fucking not give a fuck. And the moment America stands up to Israel and start saying, you know what, calm the fuck down, then Israel are going to keep doing what they're doing. I mean, Israel could actually say, Netanyahu could go on a podium right now and say, America's my bitch. America will do exactly what I tell them to do. I rule America more than fucking Biden does. And America will still fucking kowtow and bow down to fucking Israel. They can say whatever they want, do whatever they want, and America will always fucking pander to Israel at every opportunity. It's ridiculous.
Of course, because again, Israel has the world's most powerful lobby in AIPAC as well, and they could destroy the politicians' careers. If AIPAC wasn't a threat, then America would be like, nah, I don't really give a shit. But all of them, even John Fetterman, who ran as a progressive, absolutely fucking cucked and has become like a massive piece of shit and a mouthpiece for Israel, and has gone fucking full far right with it. So America's a lost cause. The point of this is what I'm hoping with is that this pushes more countries towards BRICS and towards leaving American hegemony behind, and just leaves them to kind of rot away. And the rest of what we'll call the global South, or the rest of the world that's got a brain, knows who the bad guys are. It's us, it's the Americans. Okay, it's as simple as that. And it's Israel. They're the bad guys in all of this situation. So for me, if they start breaking away, they all join BRICS and just let America fucking rot away, then that's great. Israel itself says it's very happy that America is still continuing to fund them, because if it didn't, the war, they can't carry on the war at the rate that they're doing it. The genocide at the rate that they're doing it, because they'll run out of ammunition. So they need that constant supply from America. Otherwise, they'd have to stop their genocide, which is their manifesto. It's like Manifest Destiny Part 2 with Israel now, to just completely rid the land of Arabs. And if that doesn't smack of Manifest Destiny in the US and all the other shit that the British have done,
and hypocrisy.
So I don't know what's going to happen. I've said it previously that we've just seen the end of the Palestinian people here, unfortunately, because that's the way it's going to go. Because nobody can stop them unless somebody just bombs the shit out of Israel. No one's going to fucking stop them. So that's.
I mean, even if somebody does, America will just retaliate against them, whoever it may be.
Yeah, exactly.
Whoever it may be, by the way. I do mean anybody, even if it was like a country like France. I mean, they'll fucking retaliate against them.
Or like Canada.
They'll do whatever Israel wants.
Could you imagine?
Oh, I'd love to see the United States go up against Canada. The Canadian military are fucking crazy. Like,
yes.
People don't understand. Like, the US military is good against going up against just bombing the shit out of people, but in terms of ground wars, they suck at it. Well, they couldn't fucking win in Afghanistan or Iraq.
We had an exercise up here when I was still in, and the Americans came up here to train and do winter warfare training. They left after 2 days. They went home. It was too cold. It's like you're here for winter warfare, and you left because it was too cold. What the heck?
Yeah, there you go. That's what I mean. It's like, They've got the bombs from the air, but on the ground they're absolutely ill-disciplined. I know my friend who served. He did 3 tours. He did 2 in Afghanistan and 1 in Iraq. And he said, he goes, the soldiers, they're so fucking stupid.
Yep.
They don't even listen to basic tactics. Like, and they think if a British person is telling it, they look down on it, like they scoff, like, America #1 and all this kind of shit. He goes, he's never dealt with a more ill-disciplined, dumber group of people.
Mm-hmm.
So, if they want to go up against Canada, they're more than welcome to try.
Another thing.
Canada's got the tactics.
Sorry, another thing I want to add is another exercise we were on with the Americans up here. This officer was gobsmacked because a corporal had a bunch of privates told them what he wanted to happen, and they did it without him even being there for it. And he's like, I have to show up as an officer and yell at these guys, tell them what to do, watch what they're doing, and make sure they do it. And you just had a corporal tell them they have to get up tomorrow morning, go and do something, and he wasn't even there for it, and they did it. And I'm like, yeah. And not only that, we're such a huge country. You could try and bomb us. You might be successful. You might push us north a bit. But then we'll get into guerrilla warfare. And then we'll get into winter. And then you're screwed. And we don't look different. So there's an advantage to that, right?
You just put US fatigue and walk among them. They wouldn't know the fucking difference.
No, they wouldn't.
No. But the problem is, you see, like, with certain countries, people want to join the military, and whereas in America, you create a system where they have no choice but to join the military.
Yeah,
because that's where they get all the free stuff and all that. So they don't really want to be there, but they've got no choice if they want their education or if they want to try and escape some kind of poverty. That's how they do it. In other countries, you're offered everything without the use. Having to go through the military anyway, so if you're going there, it's through a choice. It might not be an ideal choice, but it's still a choice that you want to go into the army, you want to do your training, you want to discipline yourself, and all this kind of shit. That's why, like, the U.S. Army has so many trans people in it, because they get all their stuff paid for to do their transitioning in the military, and all this
that
kind
will
of
change.
Shit.
Under Republican.
They tried to change it, but the military were like, no, because we'll lose too many recruits.
Yep.
And they're already losing recruits, which is the best thing. Like they're like recruitment has gone down by 25% this year, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
They have such low morale.
Yeah, exactly.
Their morale is so low.
Well, it's not just that, Christine. People don't want to fucking die for America for what reason? Like, they see the bigger picture now after the Afghanistan war and the Iraq war, the Gulf War, the second one, that is, has been for nothing since 9/11. People have woken up to the fact that, why the fuck should I join the military? Even if it means healthcare, it's still not worth joining if they're gonna fucking die. So
and you get fuck all for it. Cheeto, I don't know if you're in the. You're about ready. Yeah, Cheeto, if you want to come in, I'm just going to rant about Reddit now, and then we're going to go into the TV stuff and gaming and all of that. So also Facebook as well. So Facebook constantly changing all the time, and it's never for the better. And now it just shoves pages on your feed, not even saying recommended. They're just on your feed, okay, without you wanting them there. And within a space of 3 scrolls, I had GB News and I had Posey Parker on my feed.
Surprise.
Yeah, like anti-trans rhetoric and far-right bollocks on my feed, despite the fact that the algorithm should know the pages that I follow.
Right.
And this is how, again, so many people get radicalized. And especially with Facebook, when it's used mainly by old fucks, okay? They're the ones that see all this stuff. They're the ones that get radicalized by it, okay? Or in some cases, young men with the Andrew Tate stuff and all this kind of shit. Because the algorithm doesn't want you to be educated. It wants the rage bait. It wants you engaging with that kind of negative content and all this. And if you're not smart enough to know the difference, you're going to think all this shit is like is real. The propaganda is real. And that just absolutely disgusted me. Like what's become of fucking Facebook, and that and the fact that news is now pretty much useless. Trying to run a news organization on Facebook because they've just suppressed the shit out of everything there. So yeah, that really
I don't use Reddit much, but I'm not surprised either. Like the right wing, like they are a cancer that is just constantly growing, a tumor that is spreading across the fucking internet, and their fucking propaganda is everywhere now. It's hard to avoid it. And
YouTube and Facebook helps them because it serves their purpose. It protects capital, and this is why they'd rather push that than push people that are pro-union, pro, sharing the wealth and all this kind of shit.
And they can sell ads because they're getting so many hits on these videos that people that are advertising want their commercials shown.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of the amount of traffic they're getting, because it's clickbait. And I think we as people have to rage against this and say, no longer am I hitting that button.
Well, just keep reporting everything that you get on your feed. Saying, no, this is misleading. This is a lie. This is misleading. Stop fucking doing this kind of shit. Because if I see any of that shit, I just report it as it's misleading. It's always misleading, no matter what they fucking post.
I do feel that some people fall for the propaganda, and people like a mate of mine. After speaking to him the other day, I was just a little bit upset with some of the conversation we had because I think, well, damn, like you move out of London.
Give us a sec, Cheeto, and I'll put you in. Sorry, go on.
Move out of London. We don't hang out as much, and all of a sudden, I think to myself, shit, you're falling for all this shit. Claiming everything's woke and you're falling for the fucking propaganda. Like, Jesus Christ, like, what happened to you, man? Like, I thought you were
that's what I mean. And if you don't know any better, you're gonna fall for it. Yeah, Gaz.
Because this is the sort of thing that YouTube, Facebook, and all this sort of stuff pushes at you. Like the amount of times that I'm very left leaning. The amount of times I get neurotic stuff, or there's an Irish guy called, was it Desktop of Antrim, who all push this right wing shit, and all of it is bullshit. I'm like, but and the thing is that a lot of people don't really look into this stuff like the way I don't like all us have. And the thing is that if you are somebody who isn't really that invested into politics, you're going to be persuaded because of that issue. And I don't think it's
exactly. But that's what they're preying on. Yeah.
Well, no, but things also get explained to them in a way that they feel makes sense, and they don't question it or don't even see through the bullshit. Like for us, like as atheists, for instance, I know you're not one, Bossman, but Pat Condell was somebody we all looked up to, who says good things, made great videos. But when he started changing and becoming more of a fascist, we saw between the lines. We didn't fucking just continue with his rhetoric. We said, fuck you, Pat Condell. You might have made some sense in the past, but you're not making sense anymore. And I would say that about a fair few people, even people like Ricky Gervais and several others, Russell Brand and God knows who else.
Yeah, exactly.
So, we're able to see between the lines, and the fact that some people are being caught by this propaganda. Ow, you little fuck. It upsets me because how can you be that fucking naive? How can you be that stupid? Because all of us.
To be a critical thinker, but you're not. You just what it is people just become lazy as well. They're too lazy to kind of do the research and say, "Is this true? What's going on?"
They're trying to be smart. We spoke about Dave Chappelle, and I mentioned how I do think there is comedy where you can make fun of people and it doesn't come from a place of resentment. But when Dave Chappelle was talking about trans people, it came from a place of resentment. And that joke he made, you saw that joke he made about Jim Carrey and trans people.
Yeah.
I saw that punchline coming a mile off. You know what I mean? And it's because of who Dave Chappelle is. And I told him when Dave Chappelle made that joke, it was from a place of resentment. But my mate said to me, no, he doesn't think so. And I'm thinking to myself, shit, how can you be so fucking blind? It obviously was. But that's all anyway.
But I think I genuinely do believe that this this comes from, with most people, it comes from a place of, what's the word, not knowing. Because the thing is that trans people really aren't something that is well known. Because I think if we got all the trans people in the UK, I think it would barely fill the Etihad Stadium to
It's
capacity.
only not even a percentage of trans people, you know.
It's like 0.24 or something of the population.
Yeah, it's minute, but they again with the right, they need something to scapegoat. They need something for people to fear, and so they make it feel like the whole world's been invaded by trans people.
But what I'm saying is like for example, when they've done this in the past with Muslims or gays, people people actually know these people. Like for example, I went to school with Muslims. I've known gay people. You know, they're not an issue. It's a small that percent. Whereas with trans people, because they're so minute, you're not really that likely to come across one. So there isn't that lived experience of that's bullshit. And I think that's what is making it a little bit harder.
And they'll suddenly come to you with all the knowledge in the world about an issue, and I'm like, you were told these numbers. Did you do the research yourself? Did you look into medical books and all this kind of shit? No, you didn't. You're just parroting what you've been told. I said it once again when back in the blog TV days, and when I was at my friend's house, and with my friend, we were sitting there watching Jerry Springer, like a rerun. And a trans person came on, and they were a bit extra, doing all this kind of shit. And my mate was like, "Look at the state of this," and he started just really ripping into this person. And I'm like, you know what? We don't know why people are like this. We don't know what causes this kind of shit. And then that's when I just invited people onto my blog TV that were trans to talk about it, and I learned a lot because I didn't know fuck all. You know what I mean?
And not only that,
insight.
He's gonna have someone on that is the most outrageous example. Like he's gonna have, if it's a pendulum, he's gonna have someone at the back end of it. He's not gonna have the average trans person who's just living an ordinary life that says, you know what, I'm in the wrong body. I want to change that.
Yeah, exactly. So okay. So we're gonna move on now to TV and film and bring Mr. Cheeto in. And we are going to start off with talking about Echo. That dropped. Yeah, Echo. I can't say it without using the Scouse accent. All right there, mates. Hey, did you watch that Echo show? It was great. Oh, check that. Let's talk about it now. So, Echo dropped. They dropped all 5 episodes under the Marvel Spotlight banner to say that.
We're giving spoilers.
Full spoilers.
Full spoilers.
Oh yeah, full spoilers. By the way, we are going because we've seen it and we're going full spoilers. So if you haven't seen it, please leave the chat now and come back in about God knows how long. But before we go into it, we're not going to do like an hour on Echo. By the way, we're just going to highlight the bits. But Zam, what did you think of the series overall?
Okay. First of all, I wish Marvel did try to put this spotlight thing on it, because one of the things we were craving from our Marvel stuff was for it to take itself a little bit more seriously, and this show definitely did that. But to call it like mature, to call it R-rated and stuff. If you want R-rated stuff, watch Invincibles, watch The Boys. That is proper R-rated. This is like 7 o'clock in the evening television we're watching right now, And I give a little bit of credit for what they tried to pull off here, but then they started doing the mystical power shit, which I really felt Echo didn't need. And I heard about other writers getting involved in this who knew nothing about Echo, and they felt like, okay, let's give her a bit of a leg up here and make it all mystical, and give her that fucking uniform at the end. Like all these, it's becoming so cliche. They have a fucking outfit at the end of the season. And all of that bollocks. Like she didn't need that. She just needed to be a good ass kicker, John Wick style and stuff like that, taking care of business. We didn't need all this mystical power shit. At one time when her hands were glowing, I thought, fuck, she's the new Iron Fist. You know what I mean? It was just, it had its moments, and it didn't. Vincent D'Onofrio being on screen as Wilson Fisk, and my God, is he a big man? was probably one of the best elements of this show. There was some good moments with him. I don't hate it, but I definitely don't love it. But Disney, like, if these are the baby steps you need to take to get to more R-rated content, then you need to take bigger steps than this, much bigger steps.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we might as well just go in order, so I'll go next because I'm just going to parrot pretty much what Zam said. If I'm being honest, Echo is like in the comics, she's a bit like Taskmaster. Okay, so she can kind of mimic and people's fighting skills and all this kind of shit. Photo something or other. I can't remember.
Photo choreographic memory.
That's what her kind of abilities are.
Oh,
I totally
wish
made
I
that
had
shit up.
I would love to have that.
Yeah, I think we all would. But I don't know why they went down this kind of weird mystical element to it with these kind of superpowers. It's fucking stupid. I think it's just their inability to just let a female character just be really good at kicking the shit out of people.
Yeah, like a female Punisher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go out there, just be a fucking all-round ass kicker because Echo is a fucking tough cunt in the comic books. She's a great fighter, and this mystical.
I'd be Bruce Ling my ass off every day.
Yeah, well, there you go. So but I think what annoys me with this one is where the showcase element falls into the kind of here's a history lesson about this this kind of tribe and here's some stuff, and it's like this is supposed to be a gangster film. This is supposed to be a cat and mouse with the fall of Kingpin and going after the remnants of Kingpin, then the Kingpin coming back and kicking shit. I didn't need a fucking history lesson in the Chakotay clangs and all this kind of shit, and I didn't need the kind of usual pish that fucking Disney shove into everything or all of that. It should have just been a rough, raw fucking gangster show with just and make it earn its R-rated stripe. So I think they shit the bed. The only good thing was we got the Fisk back that was from the Netflix series, and that it felt more like that Fisk rather than the fucking shit we got in Hawkeye. But yeah, it was a huge misstep, this show. It really was. So yeah, they shit the bed with it. Personally speaking, I didn't really enjoy it. A lot of it was boring. The fight scenes were great because we didn't have shaky cam and all this kind of shit, but it was just too few and far between, and a lot was cut. You could tell there was a lot of things cut, like with the family and all of that. But daft, yeah. Cheeto.
I would also echo a lot of the things that you that you guys would say. You know what this is, and although I don't think it's as bad as this, but this is the Book of Boba Fett for Marvel. Like we got all of this flashback bullshit that we didn't need, and I understand learning about culture and stuff like that, but like it felt like a chore in this show. Like learning all about, and on top of that, and I'm not saying that it's a problem that there's more than one, but we just got like the Native American from What If that just came in, and she's supposed to be a big deal too. And I'm like, okay, like that's fantastic, but at the same time, that felt more natural. Whereas in What If, this definitely felt like a chore. I definitely did.
Sorry,
I'm coming.
Sorry, it would be nice if that Native American was somehow related to Echo, but they never brought that in. But
I don't know. I mean, and you're right. Like this should have been a gangster turf war, and no, this was literally like takes place in. I thought it was going to be like starting in her hometown and then bleeding over into New York, and like no, this literally takes place in her entire hometown. And I'm like, this is not what I wanted for this. Like, I mean, she healed Kingpin with good feelings. You know what I mean? Like at the end, he's like, "What did you do? I feel remorse." And it's like, what?
Yeah,
like,
that part again. The last episode it's up there with one of the worst final episodes of an MCU show. It was fucking stupid in every sense of the word.
Like it should have just been a brawl between Kingpin and Echo, and it should have just been brutal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
yeah,
I don't understand why. Like, I understand like inclusion, and I understand including, you know, the Native American traditions and these things. I mean, when I was in Scouts growing up, we had a Native American like branch to our Scouts that like we redid the Indian dancing and stuff like that, but we did it in conjunction with Native American tribes. But it's like in this one, it's like, okay, you are going to learn about this because we want to look inclusive. It's not like we are being inclusive. Exactly. It's we want to look inclusive, so we're going to beat this over your head. It's not like, you know, it's not the other way around. It's just that's what drove me nuts, is that this had potential to be something really great, and I think that's why they released it in all 5 episodes. And I'm pretty sure that there's an episode that they just didn't release because they were just like, Kevin Feige was like, fuck it, like Daredevil's going back to the ground up. Echo, we're cutting this episode out and we're just dropping this all in one go about it. And, you know, as I said, I didn't mind some of this stuff, but at the same time, like some of this stuff was so stupid, you know, like, I don't know. I'm not mad that it was bad, because I don't feel like it was bad. I just felt like it was a missed opportunity here. So that's
fair enough. Guys,
wait,
Christine had her finger up.
Oh, thank you, guys. I was just gonna say, like, I haven't watched these yet. I hope to. But when you do this long history in the first episode, it gets you off to such a low, slow start. If you want to hit those points, wait to the 2nd or 3rd episode, man. That's all.
Yeah, fair enough. Guys?
I'll start off with the positives first. I loved Vincent D'Onofrio coming back. He was so good in this. And I loved the aspect of her being deaf. Like, because they would introduce like little spots of silence into different parts of the episode. So like there'd be like bits where she comes into like clubs and stuff like that, and all you was like a ringing, like you would if she was deaf. So I loved that bit. The actress was pretty decent. I liked her. I disagree a little bit with what we're saying about the Chikoi tribe.
Choctaw, I think it was called.
Yeah. I enjoyed looking at them and learning about their history and their traditions and like that. The thing that annoyed me was the flaming Avatar shit. That was right at the flaming start with the flaming the rings and the weird people and the flaming water and stuff like that. It's like, really? It's like this isn't this kind of like insulting to people who are Native American?
Okay. I just want to throw out that this is actually a Native American like folklore, like in a Native American. So I mean, it is respectful in the fact that this is something that exists in Native American religion and history and lore that that they believe in. But you are right that I think they kind of took it and they cosmic sized it.
It's just not relevant. It's just, no matter if you want to make it relevant to the story, it's just not relevant to a fucking gangster story. Mm-hmm. You know, you can still have the family in there, but we don't need all the historical bollocks that leads up to her getting powers. It's like, fuck off.
She doesn't need fucking powers. She doesn't need it. Look, what she needed was like when her grandfather started like making her another prosthetic leg. I thought, great, put a fucking rocket launcher in there. You know
exactly.
I'm sure you got like a flaming, what's it called, Planet Terror, or what that show was.
Yeah. Multi-tool, a Swiss Army leg.
I mean, and there was just like a lot of bits where I was bored out of my mind, where they were just going on and on about nothing. It's just like, surely you got this like entire lore of what you're just talking about of this tribe to pull from, to say this is what's grounded her and this is what's made her into the warrior she is. That would be interesting for people like myself who are interested in learning about other cultures, especially about like a Native American culture. That would be interesting too, but this one was just not interesting at all. And I think they missed. I agree with what you all three of you said, that they missed a massive opportunity to tell a story about a minority that doesn't often get themselves portrayed in this sort of way.
Missing opportunities is what fucking Disney does best, man. Yeah,
it's bag, baby.
Because I was very much looking forward to this. I was telling people who weren't that, you know, this is a very unique sort of story they're telling, having the main protagonist being a deaf mute girl. You know, like this is I'm very curious to see how they would, you know, make a series like this, and it was done in a way that I could totally understand. It all makes sense. I thought some of the action scenes were very good. There were John Wick S moments in there. I'm not sure if I liked the MacGyver moment with the fucking with the gun, the ball bearing gun and stuff like that. That was a bit weird. There was nothing that made me really feel that she was capable of doing stuff like that. But her being a kick ass and stuff like that was really good. But the moment when she had her, she got combined with all her fucking Native American ancestors and shit, you know, and it looked like some fucking. As I told you, it looked like a dance routine from Paula Abdul from back in the day. I thought, what the fuck is this? Seriously, what the fuck is this?
That scene, it kept going and going. It just reminded me of Monty Python and the Holy Grail when John Cleese is charging the castle. It was like, and it cuts back and it's still going and still running and they're still dancing. It's like, fuck, what is the point of this shit?
Which episode you guys talking about?
Shit, I just showed my bracelet. Did anyone see that?
What?
I just had my arm up with the bracelet on. I hope no one saw that.
No, I didn't see it.
My name's on it. Damn it.
Oh, fair enough.
Fuck.
Yeah, you'll be all right. I can delete this uploads once we're done.
Thank you.
That's all right.
But I
don't delete it before I can download the review though.
But what I would personally say though is that I do disagree with you about the whole tribe thing, because that was a bit that I was kind of into a little bit, like the fact she was going with their ancestors were kind of given the power. I kind of was into that because that is a kind of Native American belief that they're given power by their ancestors. But there's ways to make that interesting, and I just failed in doing that.
But the thing is, you just stereotyped a character. You know what I mean? You had to kind of tie it back to the kind of cultural aspects of it, rather than just have a person that's been through hell, that's grown up in a group of gangsters, and it's just Echo should be a fucked up person, and I mean that in a good story sense.
No, I agree with you.
There shouldn't have been resolution with her character. There should have been, you know, none of this shit, and it should have been a Lone Wolf McQuade kind of story. She's out there on her own. People are after her and she's going to fuck shit up. I would rather we didn't get to see the family, because I didn't really give a shit about the family and all this. I just wanted, yeah.
No, I didn't care about I mean, I could totally understand why the family element in there, but at the same time, her being on the run all the time would have been a lot better. Hence, being more like the Punisher in that particular sense. And but I did find some family moments to be interesting, especially her grandfather was the best part of the extended family. Like when he's like trying to sell that item to those white people, and he's going, buy the damn thing. I'm like, fucking laughing my ass off.
Zam loves laughing at white people.
Oh god, yeah, you know it, man.
And rightly so.
Yeah, because I mean, Greg Green's always been good fun in a way. So
he's the man. He's the go-to man and stuff like that. And you know, people like Biscuits and stuff like that as a cousin. You know, I mean, you know, it's Disney, isn't it? They always have those comic relief characters, so to speak. And also, she needed her stakes, like her family being on the line for her to protect and all of that. I'm not sure how I felt about Wilson Fisk not being able to learn sign language, because in the comics he learned many things to be the Kingpin. He was actually quite an educated man, and he learned Japanese. He learned how to speak Japanese, and you know, which is what. But he was like a sumo expert, which is why he's so bulky and tough and powerful, and all of that sort of shit. And the idea of him not learning sign, I'm kind of surprised. You know, I think that's a bit out of his character personally.
Given how much he cares for the character, definitely.
Yeah, Christine.
And not only that, I mean, it's not. I know you're supposed to suspend disbelief when you watch a movie, to some extent, but if I can teach myself quite a bit of sign language in a month, I've forgotten most of it. Like anyone can. anyone. So you can't suspend your disbelief that far. It's unreasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if he's coupled with her for such a long time, like since she was a kid, he should have definitely, yeah.
He knew sign in he knew at least some sign in Hawkeye, the last episode. Remember when she rolled up on him?
Yeah.
He was signing to her. Like,
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think so.
I mean, no, I'm not saying
remember.
like he has to know sign, but it's like he at least had to know some of it because he was sitting there signing to her right before she shot him in the face.
Now, by the
Yeah.
way, regarding Wilson Fisk, Heavy Spoilers came up with a really good video on him possibly being a mutant, because if you saw Hawkeye, he got shot in the chest. He had he had an explosion go up next to him, and he survived that. He got shot in the face, and he still kept his eye. He's super powerful. He's extremely strong for a human being. You know, like,
I mean, yes, you're right, but he's never been a mutant in the comic books.
No,
Yeah,
but
it's
then
not
again, I know, but there are like maybe like if they do like a mutant story arc with him obviously being the mayor at some point, and he's gonna obviously then he's gonna come down on vigilantes, which is what people are predicting when he does become mayor. And then obviously that could correlate them with the X-Men as well regarding people hating people with superpowers, because that might be the direction they could be going with in the future of the MCU, with obviously what we saw in Secret Invasion
That'd be dumb.
with the president hating on aliens and stuff like that with powerful people. That direction is a possibility. And you know, and that could happen obviously with the X-Men coming in with them having powers and people hating on them. And then the irony of all of this with the storyline being is that Phil Fisk himself, being the way he is actually a mutant himself, and that's a possibility. And I wouldn't mind that. I think that would make sense.
I don't want that. That's stupid. Yeah,
I-
Cheetah.
Alright, fair
I
enough.
mean,
Don't
thank
don't
you.
hold back, Ginger. Tell
Yeah.
us how you
Hey, listen,
feel.
me and Cheetah here are like the comic book whores.
yeah.
Uh,
As a matter of
I'm
fact,
one
you
of those,
see, you see my
Guys,
shirt. Your lack of comic books is disturbing.
yeah.
Um,
I do have comic books, believe it or not. I have 10 comic books.
are those that Archie good shit?
No.
Oh,
They're The Walking Dead.
oh, okay.
Oh, the
But-
comic.
But
But
there's
the comics.
2 per book. So it's actually 20 stories.
I'm just saying, like,
Well
he got
done.
shot with a fucking arrow, and he from Kate Bishop, and he brushed it off. He got shot in the face at close range, and he still kept it. He still kept
Yeah, but
his
that's
features
Disney.
pretty much.
Yeah,
stupid
that's
shit.
that's
I mean,
just
That's
Disney
right,
being
right.
Disney and not understanding what it is. You know what I mean? Like, look, if they make him a mutant, whatever. I mean, that's fine. This is the MCU. It's a different Kingpin, but I mean, yeah, no, I would much prefer him to be a fallible human. That, you know, and yeah, you're right. Like, we've already seen him in Hawkeye brush off a freaking arrow to the chest. Exactly.
And an explosion as well, because he got
And getting hit by
blown-
a car.
and getting hit
Yeah.
by a car.
I know,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. It just doesn't make
Yeah.
sense. Here's what's going to happen here is the MCU. I think Kevin Feige finally's got the fire lit under his ass again. He kind of got lazy after Endgame. Let's be real, you know. And so I think finally now he's got the fire lit under his ass again. And I think now, because as I said, he just released Echo, and he's just like, you know what? Let's just release it. I don't think we're going to hear anything about it. Now we will see Echo again in like the Defenders
I
stuff.
hope so.
I know.
Yeah.
I think we will see Echo again, but I think all this other stuff is going to get swept right under the rug. Kingpin is going to be like the street level Thanos, as they keep calling him, but we're not going to talk about the Echo series very much again. Like, that's probably not going to be a thing.
I don't
think we'll see that outfit again. Like, I really don't. I feel like that was.
Fuck that outfit. No, that's
No,
not.
I think we'll see her in Daredevil.
No, we will. I'm
because-
not saying she's gone. I'm saying the series. Like, they're not going to talk
Yeah.
about this Echo miniseries. Like, it's going to be like, nope, it happened, but we're not talking about it. It's kind of like the Incredible Hulk. It's there, but they don't like talk about it all the time.
And I like what you said regarding him being a street level Thanos, because Wilson Fisk is one of my favorite fucking villains. I love the Kingpin. I do put him as a top tier villain, like in Marvel, but he's street level, but he's still top tier as in one of the most recognizable villains in comic books. And I like the idea of all these street level villains, coming up against him, with all the corruption that he's doing and stuff like that. That would be really good if they could do that. I heard he's going to be in Spider-Man 4, which would be really good. And they might do a Daredevil team up with that as well.
Mm-hmm.
You throw a few of the other defenders in there, that could be really great.
Where we're going, the direction we're going now, it seems, if we look at the mid-credit or the end credit scene in Echo, which for me, I'm happy that they're going to do this if they go down this road, is Devil's Reign. Which is a recent comic book.
Dark Reign.
No, Devil's Reign, you dumbass.
What?
Devil's Reign. It just came out now. It's written by Chip Zdarsky. It's one of the best Daredevil stories ever. And it's where Kingpin becomes mayor and he bans vigilantes from New York.
Oh, I've heard about that. I didn't know that was called Devil's Reign.
Yeah, it's called Devil's Reign. It's
how do you ban a vigilante? They're already illegal.
Marvel comics. What can you say? But all I'm saying
anyway, sorry, I have to lay down. I can't breathe. I'm gonna be listening and talking though.
Yeah, no problem. That's fine. So yeah, I hope we do get Devil's Reign with Spider-Man in there as well. Maybe bring him. They can't probably bring him in for a series, but bringing him for a couple of episodes in Daredevil would have been awesome. But we get, Echo will be involved probably with that. Maybe we'll see Luke Cage come in. Maybe we'll see Danny Rand come in. Punisher. I know there's talks of Punisher showing up as well.
Well, he's supposed to be in Born Again, like Daredevil, or in Daredevil Born Again. Punisher's supposed to be in several episodes of that.
I love the Punisher.
I heard Iron Fist will be in this, but it won't be Danny Rand. They might be doing like a prequel film or series on an earlier Iron Fist. So
Danny Rand is the Iron Fist.
No, he's not the original. Exactly. There's been other Iron Fists.
Yeah, we don't need Flynn Jones back. I'm sorry.
Honestly, Flynn Jones.
Which one is Clint Jones?
Flynn Jones.
Finn. He's Iron Fist.
What? Oh, I was gonna say I like. Sorry, I really just quickly want to say I really like the actor who played. You might not agree with me, but the Punisher, the blonde dude.
Oh, John Burford. Oh no. Oh, you mean
Thomas Jane.
Dolph Lundgren.
Thomas Jane or Dolph Lundgren, one of them.
Not
or Ray Stevenson.
Ray Stevenson, yeah.
Oh God, man, he's sexy.
Let's keep on track. I don't want to.
Wait, so yeah,
Sorry.
I wouldn't mind having Finn Jones back as long as they give him a decent script.
Finn Jones needs to learn how to fucking choreograph and fight. He never did any of that shit, but he's fucking useless.
He's just like, they said he was a pain in the ass to work with, so I don't want him back. And I guarantee they're going to make Iron Fist Asian in the MCU.
No, they actually said they haven't. That's why they emphasize Shang-Chi. I don't think they're bringing Flynn. What is it? Is it Flynn Jones's real name?
Finn Jones.
Yeah, they're not bringing that Iron Fist back. Like I think Zam was saying, it's not a prequel, but they're going to somehow bring the Iron Fist back, like the original one. So he will be Asian, but it won't be the same guy. Like it'll just be because they don't want to like technically recast him. So I don't care. I'm okay if they go all in on Shang-Chi. I'm okay.
If you want to make Iron Fist Asian just to appease a bunch of morons, I don't give a shit. Do it.
Kill Finn Jones' character. Kill him off screen.
Ginger.
Bring a new Finn. Yeah.
I apologize for sidetracking you guys, Ginger. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you should be sorry. Look at how upset I am. Look at me.
Yeah.
Ginger gets really upset about that kind of stuff.
I wouldn't mind if they kill Finn Jones' character off of Danny Rand and they bring in the new Iron Fist. That'll be fine with. But yeah, like bring an actor who knows how to fucking
just bring the chick that's. They could just do a gender swap and just have Colleen Wing be Iron Fist. She had the powers at the end of season 2 with the sword. Yeah. Like
a lot of people.
Yeah,
I
bring
mean,
back Jessica Hellwig. Hell yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, actually, like, but I mean, it wouldn't be technically a gender swap because, you know, Finn Jones would be, or Danny Rand would be dead, but still, like, you know, yeah, just bring in Christine Wing, just make her the Iron Fist. You know, let her do the white fists and the sword and all. I'd be down.
I don't mind.
Yeah,
I'm all right with that.
and it's already built in the lore right now. Like, it's not
Yeah.
like you have to. It's not a big stretch.
Yeah, just give us Devil's Reign anyway. That's what I want. It's a great run. Chip Zdarsky is the absolute best fucking thing in Marvel Comics, or the best writer in comics in general at the moment. So anything of his that they bring in, great. Not Jonathan Hickman. He can go fuck himself. Convoluted twat. Okay, that's Echo. We'll go to ratings. Zam, what would you give it out of 69? 10.
I'll give it. I'm gonna be kind and give it a 6.
All right, Cheeto.
I'm gonna give it a 5. Good fight scenes, you know, and loved Kingpin coming back, and even the Daredevil scene was pretty cool. I thought, not spectacular, but pretty cool. Other than that, I mean, the Native American stuff was cool, but but that's only because I did a lot of Native American stuff when I was, as I said, when I was young in Scouts. Like we worked with a lot of Native American tribes and doing stuff like that. A lot of those dances I recognized that they were doing. Like, cool. So yeah, so it was interesting for me, but I get why people are like, what the fuck are we doing here, guys? Like, what? So I'm gonna give it a 5. You know, I'm being less generous than Zam, but honestly, I can't give it more than that.
Okay, Gaz?
I'm gonna give it a 5 as well.
Yeah, I'll do the same. I'll be generous. I'll give it a 5. I was going to go with a 3 or a 4, but I'll go 5. Fuck it. Especially if it leads to Devil's Reign, so we got something good out of the show. Okay, Christine, you haven't seen it. What would you give it out of 10?
I'm abstaining, but it sounds at least worth checking out.
I mean, check it out. You might enjoy elements of it.
You need to watch Hawkeye.
Oh, first?
Yeah, watch Hawkeye as well, and then watch
Hawkeye first.
Just start the Captain America, the First Avenger, and then just start watching them all.
No. You start with Iron Man. Start with Iron Man and watch all the movies and watch all the series on Disney Plus, every single one, including What If. Watch it all, and then watch Hawkeye, and then watch this.
Before we move on, I did want to say, it's actually funny because they put Echo in the Defender section on the Disney Plus store, as well as all of the Defender shows are included in the timeline now. There's an official timeline for the Defender shows.
Oh, bollocks.
So it all, they actually have it all timelined out. So it all takes place before.
It's all canon, baby.
Yeah, it is all canon. And then Echo actually doesn't take place like most recent. Echo takes place before She-Hulk, I think.
Yeah.
So
it takes place around just after Hawkeye.
No, it doesn't actually. There's a couple things between it and Hawkeye.
Why don't you guys send me the 3 I should watch before I get to this?
Listen, start at Captain America.
Just watch Hawkeye and then watch this. That's it. You're fine. And in Hawkeye, you get treated to the greatest musical ever, which was the only good part of Hawkeye.
Whatever. I enjoyed Hawkeye. Hawkeye was
Hawkeye wasn't that bad. I mean, it's a good Christmas.
Even your UK little brethren over there is saying it ain't bad.
I'm gonna stick him in Guantanamo Bay.
And by the way, have you seen Avengers Endgame, Chris?
Yeah, watch that too. And also watch Captain America: The First Avenger.
That's what I'm saying. You got to give me a list of actually, not just the whole thing. But
listen, if you have Disney Plus, go to the MCU in timeline order and start at the beginning, and then watch
Iron Man. You have to watch
not Iron Man, Captain America.
No, but have you seen Avengers Endgame?
No, but I saw Iron Man.
Everyone's seen Iron Man. I mean, come on. My grandmammy saw Iron Man.
If you can't watch Endgame without watching Infinity Wars, and then some of the
start at Captain America: The First Avenger, and just at least even if you're rewatching something, at least you're getting it in order at that point.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the timeline order, not the when it was first released order.
Yeah, no, do the timeline order. It'll make a lot more sense when you watch it in timeline order.
Well, that's why I'm saying, like, You got to give me a list if that's
No,
what you
it's-
want me to do timeline wise. Or
Well, no,
supposed to
if you have
release-
Disney Plus
No,
in
I
the
don't.
Marvel
I'll get it.
section, huh?
I don't have it now, but I'll
Oh.
get it.
Well, you don't
I'll
have to
get it.
get it. I mean, I'm just saying, like, there is a section in, and I'm sure you could look it up online, like the MCU timeline order. Just don't
Okay.
include Agents of Shield, and don't include. I mean, you could
Netflix
include
ones.
first 2 seasons of Agents of Shield, but
She's got a lot of work to
Okay.
do. You got about 50 hours of fucking things to watch.
50. That's it.
No, maybe more. Maybe about
Moving
150.
swiftly on from the MCU and into another Disney property. Oh, Lord. Mandalorian is getting a film. And how excited are all you people for a Mandalorian? Sam, I know we talked about it, but Cheeto, your thoughts?
Oh my God, kill me now! Like, look, I actually enjoyed season 3 of Mandalorian more than season 2. I'm not saying that it was great. I'm just saying I enjoyed season 3 of Mandalorian more than season 2. However, I don't want a movie about these two. Like, Grogu can go F off with Luke Skywalker, babyface Jedi, and like, I don't care. Let him show up in Rey's movie. I don't care. Let him sell toys over during the Rey's movie. You know, Rey's whatever Jedi Order movie. You know, like, just give us the Mandalorian stuff that we want. Bounty hunting. I want bounty hunting.
Me
Got
too.
it in like 2 episodes of season 1 of The Mandalorian. And
Yeah, that's it. That's what
That's
I
it.
want. Bounty hunting.
Yeah,
I
That's
want
what we
Disney-
said. That's exactly what we said, Ginge. We want some
Yeah.
fucking bounty hunting.
bounty hunting.
I mean,
Yeah.
I totally watched your guys' reaction to that. I don't.
Yeah, but still, it's true though. We just want to see a bounty hunt. That's what they brought him in from. Not to be a fucking dad to a green little piece of shit that's just there to sell toys. Like, fuck that little frog. You know what I mean? Fucking.
No,
sick of
I
all this
agree.
kind
It's
of-
so bad.
Yeah, and it's being directed by Jon Favreau, so it'll just be fucking boring anyway. So,
Yeah, I disagree
yeah.
with you on that one.
That's-
There's a chance that it'll be at least good, but still, I don't want.
I don't care. It could be great. I just don't care about it.
See there that exactly. That's what I'm at. That's where I'm at. I just
Yeah.
don't care. Like, I don't want
don't
more
want it.
Grogu. I want Mandalorian and Din Djarin hunting down some cunts and collecting some bounties.
Yep.
Yeah, Gaz.
I agree with what you three are saying. Just like Grogu, I don't give a shit about him. He should have gone off with Luke Skywalker. You guys are completely right. And I want more badass flaming shooting fights and taking people to jail and all that shit. It's just like, but it's boring. It's like what more you can do with that little thing? I don't know.
Yeah. So, okay, we're all in agreement. We can move on from that. We had the Star Trek podcast yesterday. Go watch that, by the way. It was great. Even I joined in because they were talking about corporate mergers and all this kind of shit. So I thought, oh, that's I wanted to
And we're
talk about
Trekkies. We are not equipped for that kind of discussion, but Ginger is.
that. Yeah. So I helped chime in on that stuff. But I thought I'd bring it up here because I know, Zam, you weren't in the podcast. I don't know if you watched their podcast. It was great, by the way. Like, I'm not a Trek fan, but I love the Trek podcasts.
I've watched about half an hour of it whilst I was driving.
So some of the stuff that they kind of mentioned. So the Picard movie, for example. So your thoughts on the Picard movie?
No, are we talking like current day Picard or like a prequel movie?
The current
I
day.
think it's
It's supposed to take
carry
place
on.
after season 3.
Yeah.
I
mean-
that man, seriously, what we're
I
watching
mean,
around
spoilers.
with a
Isn't he dead?
No, he's not. But we're gonna watch it like this guy.
Really?
Like he's gonna be like Mr. Magoo in space, isn't he? Like we were fucking watching this thing. Yeah, like
I would watch that movie, Mr. Magoo in Space, starred by Patrick Stewart. I'd watch that movie.
honestly, like we don't need any more Picard. We've like what we got at the end of season 3 with the entire TNG crew playing poker at the end was one of the best send-offs you could ask for that crew. They're older now. they gave him the send off. Let's not stretch this shit out any longer. New characters, new scenarios. That's what we need. New legacies, so to speak. We don't need to be bringing back fucking Jean-Luc Picard. Ridiculous. He's done.
Yeah. And you said this yesterday, Rick B, but it warrants being here. Yeah, I mean, Jar Jar Abrams is no longer attached to anything. He's just a name as a producer now. I don't think he's actually involved in any kind of creative. It's pretty much all on Kurtzman. Christine,
I really enjoyed the last Star Trek series with the female captain that went forward in time. That was
Discovery.
Discovery or Voyager?
No, Discovery.
Yeah, that was by far the best Star Trek, in my opinion.
Wow, you are brave. But actually,
controversial.
That is controversial. But no. See, here's the thing, though. You're mentioning it like
you up anyway. So yeah, you could be as controversial as you want.
Oh yeah, be as controversial as you want. That's amazing. But no, I mean honestly, what she's mentioning is season 3 of Strange or of Discovery, because they did go forward in time at the end of season 3 or at the end of season 2. So, and that's when the show got good. So yeah, so you're right. Like that it is good. I like it. I like Discovery. I'm not going to say it's the best Trek out of all of it. But,
I will.
Okay, and then you can.
I
Look,
want to see more. I want to see more of it.
well, season 5 is coming out in April, so you do not have to wait too awful long.
It's the last season of it, but yeah, it's coming out in April, so you get to enjoy it. But yeah, okay. Also, there was the writers and director from Andor getting getting their own. Is it film or series? I've seen that
prequel. It's a prequel movie.
It's a prequel movie set in the Calvin timeline, but it's pre-Calvin. So
I was about to say it depends, because it says it takes place decades. It takes place decades before Kirk. So it technically, if it's after the Kelvin event in the 2009 movie, then technically it is Kelvin timeline. But anything prior to the 2000, the Kelvin incident, that's technically prime timeline, or first contact timeline. Depends on your train of thought.
Yeah, and I was saying that might be an excuse to kind of get Chris Hemsworth on board as a captain, as Captain Kirk.
Yeah, well, one of the theories going around was that is that they were going to go back in time, like the current Abrams crew was going to go back in time, or the Kelvin crew was going to go back in time, save Kirk's dad by accident, and then it just jacks the whole timeline up, or something like that. So that is a theory I heard. That is, somebody was talking about that, but I don't care. I don't really want Hemsworth. I'm sorry, like I really don't. I don't.
No, not Hemsworth. He's a big star now, so
I don't want him though. Like
what are your thoughts on TLD's comment here before you carry on?
Anything Star Trek, I want Post Dominion War, Gamma Quadrant, DS9. I mean, I definitely want something DS9 centric. I don't really want the Gamma Quadrant though. Like, screw the Gamma Quadrant. The only thing that goes on in the Gamma Quadrant is the Dominion and founder orgies. So I mean, the splooge planet of the founders.
Yeah. Was there anything else in the works with that? Or was it just those two projects at the moment?
Then the move, and then the merger. But I mean, that's kind of what we talked about yesterday.
No, but regarding Chris Hemsworth, because obviously he's now a big star, the plan was obviously having Pine and Hemsworth, father and son, time travel shenanigans, having an adventure together. That was one of the plans, but whether that pans out or not, I'm not so sure.
That's what they keep on. They still talk about it.
Will fucking explode if you put them two on screen together.
And then you get Chris Pratt in there as the villain. Oh, you would lose your christened mind.
Well,
yeah.
The thing with Chris Pine is that he's like, the first Star Trek film he was in, like, came out about 12, 13 years ago. He's aged quite a lot now. He's not this young whippersnapper that he was, like this ladies' man. He's he's more like Captain Kirk of like the motion picture era now.
Well, and
You know what I mean?
that's what Vance was saying yesterday. He said everybody in that cast is aged at least almost 15 years now. He said put them in the Monster Maroons and start doing like motion picture era stuff. You know, like it doesn't have it obviously we want it to be a new adventure. We don't want it to be a rehash of, you know, what they've done in the movies, but like, you know, like we don't want them to go fly back in time and get some whales, but you know, like
but I mean, they already rehashed Buddy Wrath of Khan.
Yeah, okay, but so I'm not going to get into this too much here, but the problem is that whole Wrath of Khan thing should not have happened until like even if they parodied it like or whatever, it shouldn't have happened for years, because Wrath of Khan happened like 20 years or something after the original series.
15 years after the original series, but the point is that, you know, when it comes to maybe doing callbacks, you might want to do that on maybe a fourth or fifth movie where a bit of nostalgia would be acceptable. But the whole point of the Kelvin timeline was to go a totally different direction,
and then all they did was rehash shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Cut TLD deep, man.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
I don't give a shit about the Kelvin cast. Like, just fucking move on.
You know. I like them. I wouldn't mind Chris Pine. Like if they did like a big crossover Star Trek event with Q, I wouldn't mind like just a big FU to Shatner if they bring in Pine as the Captain Kirk instead of Shatner.
My issue with the Kelvin timeline is the noticeable absence of Anton Yelchin. I mean, him not being there is going to stick out. Like, you know, and you can recast him, no problem with that. You know, it happens. I mean, they've done that with Sarek. But still, it's gonna stick out. It really.
I don't know. I feel like if they maybe kill him off screen and just do a memorandum, you know, like, you know.
I don't hate Shatner.
The reason why people hate Shatner is because you like him, Rick B. That's why. We hate Shatner because you like him.
Yeah.
I don't like Shatner on Star Trek. But I liked when he did a commercial and he was singing. That's the only thing I liked him in.
That's all he was good at was commercials.
Shatner is a goat for me. He's one of my favorites. I just fucking love the dude.
No, see, he was such an he was so mean to George Takei just because he was gay on the sets.
Oh yeah, look, he's an arsehole, don't get me wrong, but I still love the dude. What can I say? You know what I mean? Like, it's just the stuff.
You and Rick B can have your Shatner threesome.
Yeah, the only good thing
I will mourn his death when he dies. I'm telling you.
The only good thing he did was the interracial kiss and making sure that got to screen.
I don't know if that was. I don't know. Besides doing the actual scene, I don't know if he actually.
That's his second interracial kiss, by the way. The first one he did was before that one. And it was with a woman from the Orient, like a Chinese lady, and yeah, he did interracial.
So it was definitely the first white and African American woman,
and the first one on color TV as well. Like, because when he did it with the Asian woman, it was black and white back then. So,
but apparently he in the scenes where they were just going to get really close to kissing, it was like late at night. They had to wrap up. He somehow made his eyes cross a little bit. So it doesn't look right. But the scenes where they actually touch lips, he didn't do it. That's the rumor anyway.
No, he actually from what I understand, he actually kissed her. But as I said,
he did. But they did different takes. And in the takes where they weren't quite going to kiss, he would cross his eyes so the film would be wrecked. So the takes that they did where he actually kissed her, he didn't fuck up his eyes. So they had to go with that one.
Fair enough.
That's okay. That's the first time I've heard that. But I mean, if that's true, then good on him.
It might be lore.
Did interracial kiss. They wanted him to not make contact with Uhura, so he deliberately kept fucking it up. So they had to use scenes where he kissed her. Yeah, there you go.
How did he fuck it up? Like, what did he do? Like, kiss her?
Well, that's what Christine was saying, is that he like crossed his eyes on all the scenes where he wouldn't actually kiss her. Yeah. So they had to use the one that, I mean, if that's true, you know.
I mean, if it's true, that's what I've heard.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Okay, moving on to AEW territory.
Oh, I can't wait to talk about this. This is my favorite topic of all time.
Mine too.
Well, this was quite hilarious because it was Tony Khan having a fucking meltdown over people being okay with Jinder Mahal getting a title shot, but giving him shit with booking Hook to get a title shot. And he just went on this fucking Twitter tirade and just had a complete meltdown, and it was hilarious to see. And then like interns at like the USA Network just kept goading him into more arguments. And yeah, he just went off the rails, and his own people were just like embarrassed by it. They're just like, what are you doing, man? Just don't react to everything you see on fucking Twitter. Just do your thing and don't worry. Because, you know, if you're showing that you're upset about people on Twitter, like questioning your booking, which, I mean, we should be questioning his booking anyway, and not WWE's booking, which people are questioning WWE's booking. Nobody's saying they're not. Then it just shows you what a pathetic human you are. You know what I mean? You're a grown-up. You're a 40-something-year-old man. And like I told you, Twitter is not real life. Doesn't matter what people say on Twitter. They can't do anything to you. They can't. They can't touch you. They can't influence. They shouldn't be allowed to influence what you want to do. And yet you're sitting there fucking having a whinge about it. Gaz, all yours, baby.
The thing with Tony is that he relies a lot on Twitter because that's where he thinks, oh, that's where I'm getting my validation from. It's like, no, Tony. What you need to do is make good TV programs. I mean, right, I suppose I'm going to talk about this now before I lose my fucking shit about it. Right, Sting's last match, is it against Darby Allin like it should be? No. It's going to be against the Young Bucks. So then he's going to have to put up with 57 fucking super kicks. Sorry. I'm getting pissed off. Sorry. I'm going to have to end it.
That's your last match is against Young Bucks.
Sting's my favourite wrestler, and they're fucking him up by playing point against the Young Bucks. I mean, just why? Sorry.
Look, can I just add something? Like, did anyone actually think Jinder Mahal was a good WWE champion in the first place? Like, what the fuck is that?
I like Jinder Mahal.
I like Jinder Mahal.
Yeah,
I thought it was great.
No. Look, you're misunderstanding me. I was actually happy that he also won the title because I like change. I like things not to be predictable. All of that. Even though, if you think of the bigger picture, it made sense because he was just there to market to the Indian audience, which is their third biggest market. But regardless of all of that, once the dust has settled, a lot of people didn't think he was the best champion. His reign wasn't that great. That's what a majority of people initially thought.
But that's down to the booking. That's not down to him.
No, but at the same time, I don't know. But considering all of that, I don't know why Tony Khan's losing his shit when he wasn't the most favorable looking champion. He's never really had a sniff at winning the belt again since he lost it. He's been out of the picture and everything. He's gone pretty much back down to mid-table mediocrity. Like, chill out, fucking Tony. He's not like this guy was like a big deal or anything. He was more of if anything, he was just an experiment that kind of didn't work out. That's basically what it was.
It's because he's got a shot against Seth Rollins.
That would be an epic showdown.
It's because he's got a shot against Seth Rollins, and they think that he might take the battle of Rollins. That's why.
Wait, who's fighting
now? No, he's upset. He's upset because people got upset with him booking Hook to go up against Samoa Joe. That people were upset about that, saying, "Why? How comes Hook is suddenly in the title picture when Tony Khan rightfully brings up, well, Hook's got a 28-1 record. So if we look at it from the sports sense of it, he's well rights to challenge for the title. And I agree. And like Hook is, he's great. He's a great wrestler. He's got a great look. He should be up there, not with some fucking FTW championship bollocks now. He should be pushing for the upper card. So people going after him for that is stupid. But him as a boss of a company being upset about that, reacting to that, means he gives a shit about what other people think too much. And he should be like, fuck you, this is my company. I'm going to book it how I want to book it. And, Jinder just does nothing for a year and he just comes straight back into the title picture. That's because of the whole Rock incident. And I think this is a great reward. We talked about it last week. I said, this is a great reward for Jinder for doing what he did last week, putting him into that title picture against Seth Rollins. I think it's a great thing. And it's on
He's not gonna
Raw.
win it, is he?
It's not on
And-
the Rumble.
And it will cause buzz. It'll bring more people to watch. You know, controversy does that, right?
Absolutely.
He's guaranteed not to win it. It will make no sense at this stage when things are being set up for Mania and stuff like that for him to possibly win. If he does win it, my hat's off to WWE for surprising me again. But the last time Jinder Mahal won it, he won it in a match where it was like a fatal 4-way or some shit like that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
So in that case, it makes it more plausible for him to win the title, but it's not a one-on-one match, and it becomes more of an opportunist, more of a win from opportunity than anything. So that's how he also won the belt there in that particular regard. So you got to put all of these things in perspective, you know. And
he's not going to win. It's a Raw. It's a match Raw, but I just think it's just WWE giving him a reward for doing what he did. And I think it's a good thing. And I don't want to see Jinder buried. He's not the best wrestler, but he's a great talker. Like what he did last week, just for me, and a lot of people, he elevated himself by a lot of people. Like a lot of people within the sphere are saying what he had to do and what they did to him, you know, was incredible. And a lot of people saw him in a different light because under Vince, he kind of got mixed in and lost in like Vince's kind of rhetoric or promos. But even here, even though he did the kind of anti-Americana stuff, he still ran with it and he was able to troll the crowd with it and all this kind of stuff. And like he's sitting there, you know, doing the national anthem in Punjabi, and they're booing him while he's doing it, not realizing that he's just parroting their national anthem. And that kind of shit is great, and seeing him get rewarded for that, I think is the right move. Not just bringing him for the Rock, get him buried, and then shove him in the back.
Ideally, I want to see Drew McIntyre versus Jinder Mahal. That's the match. That's the dream match right there.
3MB members fighting against each other.
With Heath Slater, as Heath Slater, a special guest referee. Perfect.
Yeah. Oh, that would be moist. Make it so. So yeah. Anyway, that was quite funny. What happened with Tony Khan? He's a complete fucking moron. Anyone got anything else to talk about with TV and film?
Oh, regarding AEW, still like I think it's on the decline now. I really do. I think WWE has wanted, like, this was an opportunity to finally beat the WWE, but the worst thing to happen to AEW was Vince's reign ending. That freshened up the WWE more than anything. Gave new life to the company and different perspectives, and obviously everyone saw what Triple H had done when it came to his reign on NXT and stuff, and they were looking forward to him implementing that into the WWE main shows. And considering AEW now, even though they've got some a good star, they just taken on too many has-beens and too many naysays and could have beens within their rosters, and the only person of any significance they've had recently after Jericho was Adam Copeland, and even the settle. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I do apologize.
Shut up.
On that as well, yeah.
Leave Tony alone. I will never leave Tony alone. I love Tony Khan.
No, but hold on. I'll take that back on CM Punk, because CM Punk hasn't wrestled for fucking years when he came in. It wasn't like he was he was somebody who
I don't think Jericho was wrestling that much when he went to AEW, was he?
He was.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know. I just was curious. I hadn't heard anything about Jericho in years, and all of a sudden he showed up on AEW, and I'm like, oh, I guess Jericho's still doing stuff.
And CM Punk had fallen so much prior to him joining AEW, him failing in fucking MMA and shit like that, and trying to do other projects which didn't work too well, which is why he had to go back to wrestling. At least with someone like with Edge, Adam Copeland, he left on a high. He came straight into AEW. It looked like it was going to be a good thing, but really it turned out to be just another false dawn for AEW. I really think.
No. Actually, you need to be watching the product to speak on that area. What they've done with Edge is fantastic. His stuff with Christian It's been awesome. The match they had at the pay-per-view was the best match, and all of that. That feud has been fantastic. And regard to CM Punk is fucking money wherever he goes. He came into AEW. The merch was just fucking flew off the shelf. It's still the number one selling merch, and he's not even there. It comes into WWE again. Merch number one.
I'm just looking. What I'm trying to basically say is that even though these things have happened, overall the product is still shit. Their pay-per-view apparently is like the most recent one was like the worst pay-per-view in living memory. People were talking about. You know, it was absolutely fucking bollocks. Like,
well, are you talking about money wise? Because they just said that the pay-per-view that they just did was right. That's the pay-per-view you're talking about, Ginger, right?
The World's End pay-per-view, the one they did in December. Like,
yeah,
it might have made money, but the review of it was very negative.
I look, I didn't watch the pay-per-view, but I was watching Ginger, and who else was there? Boss Man, was it?
DSA.
And D Jose, yeah, the three of you guys were there, and you guys said it was a good pay-per-view. Like there was like one crap match, you know, but you know, like
the matches weren't bad. Like I think it was one bad match.
Yeah,
and like the rest were okay. I suppose for people that watch it on a regular basis, they'd have more of a say on it, on what they thought of it. But because I'm not going to say, you know, it's not that it was their worst pay-per-view. Maybe they found it was their worst pay-per-view. I can't really comment on that. But from what we saw, it was all right. And the Edge match was fantastic. The two women's matches were really good as well. And the thing is, like, AEW needs to get rid of Tony Khan as a booker.
Look, I was with you on that pay-per-view, and that fucking pay-per-view was the cure for my fucking insomnia. Yeah, eventually I thought, fuck this, I'm going to bed because this shit is bollocks. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, yeah, it wasn't enticing me whatsoever, you know, so I didn't enjoy it personally.
Fair enough. I'm not going to sit here and defend, like, AEW or WWE. Again, I tried to watch WWE. I can't watch because even with Triple H, it's still boring. It's just still boring to watch. AEW is so fucked up that at least there's something you just like, ooh, what crazy shit. Who's going to cripple themselves this week?
So it's going to be John Moxley. He cripples himself every week.
I died of shock when Moxley didn't bleed in his match against Eddie Kingston. You know. Yeah, there's that too, Rick. We've just outgrown wrestling. I don't care for it like I used to. I try to, but it's just, you know, I prefer the drama that happens off screen.
Well, Vince now gone. There's less drama, unfortunately. With no Vince, drama is done. You know.
Listen, I used to love the behind the scenes drama so much. Zam remembers I did a show called The Unsquared Circle back in the late, and it was about all the news behind the scenes. It wasn't about the in-ring stuff. I called it The Unsquared Circle because I didn't want to talk about anything in the squared circle. I want to talk about everything outside of the squared circle, like all the background.
It's where the entertainment has always been in wrestling. It's always been outside the squared circle, not inside it.
Yeah,
like for a show that's like on par with let's say just like a random sport, for example, if you want to put it there, like the amount of fucking drama that, in fact, no legit sport causes as much. Maybe the NFL, but causes as much drama as a fucking sports entertainment show does. It's crazy. Oh, speaking of, by the way, guys, tomorrow the return of Gladiators. You guys remember Gladiators in the US? The British one is coming back again for the third time.
I'm not looking forward to this.
Are you a gladiator?
I might prefer what we're getting now, where regular people have to go on these like amazing obstacle courses to show their endurance and strength and skill and acrobatics and whatever.
Ninja Warrior and things like that.
Yeah, and stuff like that. They're much more better than this Gladiator fucking bollocks. I hate that shit.
Well, the thing is, Gladiators was a cool show way back in the day. I mean, so was wrestling. I mean, it's funny, way back in the 80s and stuff, like we all knew that wrestling was bullshit, was all fake, but I liked it better when they maintained the pretense that it was real.
Yeah.
Like, once they're like, yeah, okay, it's just bullshit, then I'm like, yeah, I know, but you know,
it takes you out of it. But
yeah, just like
now
you lost the immersion.
Yeah.
You know, you could play along, but like once that happened, I just stopped having interest.
Nowadays, fans don't like to be work. We call it like work or shoot. Work is fake, shoot is real. And sometimes when fans can't tell the difference, they get really pissed off when they actually believe what they're watching for that brief moment in time is real, and they think, "Damn, you fucking fooled me, you bastards! I hate that shit." You know, but I think that's really good if wrestling is able to make you believe what you're watching is real, even if it's fake for that brief moment, and they pull the wool over your eyes, then fair play to them.
Yeah.
Because that's the whole point. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean that's the thing. When we one way that if anyone who wasn't sure it was fake, that was shown to be totally fake when Hacksaw Jim Duggan and the Iron Sheik got pulled over for like drugs and alcohol on the New Jersey Turnpike because they were supposed to be like major enemies. They're always going at each other, and here they're like best friends.
Yeah, and that derailed Jim Duggan's career completely. Because they were setting him up to be like a champion, and then they just buried the poor bastard just because they broke kayfabe.
Listen, one of my favorite wrestlers when I first started watching wrestling in the mid to late 90s was Hacksaw Jim Duggan. He was a Saturday night main event on WCW champion. I loved him. I'm like, why is this guy not a champion? Now I know why.
Yeah, because of that. Because of that reason.
Have you guys ever watched the series Young Rock?
What?
No, Young Rock.
What?
It's about Rocky Johnson.
Young Rock. But
the point is, it shows you all those kayfabe moments, or like sometimes Harvey Wippleman, who's a heel, would be hanging around, Rocky Johnson and Rocky and obviously Dwayne and stuff like that. But in public, they couldn't be seen together because he's a heel and they're a face, so they had to always be separated and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and then when you see the stories on Dark Side of the Ring, when Magnum TA obviously almost ended his life, and Ric Flair was a heel, and he had to sneak him into the hospital so you could see him, because they were supposed to hate each other and all of that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's crazy back then. Yeah, nowadays I just appreciate good choreography. That's what I want for my wrestling. Good choreography, a good fight. The same way you go to see a movie. You know what I mean? No difference.
I had a friend of mine who was like an all-state wrestler here in New Jersey in high school. He was trying to break into professional wrestling, and like 2 years before the Undertaker character was actually like made an appearance, my friend was actually supposed to be the Undertaker, but then they found the guy who ended up playing the part, and
Mark Calloway.
The guy was like 6'9". Like, okay, that makes sense. And then my friend, he lost his shot and never made it.
What's your friend's name?
Fred Saluka.
Okay. Yeah, but Mark Calloway obviously ended up being the Undertaker, and
wait, Mark Calloway ended up being the Undertaker?
I have a friend in the UK called Oliver Peace.
Gary, do you know Oliver Peace? Okay.
What?
Gary's a wrestler, if nobody knew. So
he's trained to be a wrestler.
Four-time British World Heavyweight Champion.
Yeah, man, four time.
Well, that's one thing that stuck in high school. Like 3 of the top 4 wrestlers in the state were in my high school, and they were a year ahead of me. And so when we had wrestling in gym, of course by weight, I had to wrestle them, and I am not a good wrestler. So basically, I was just like all defensive. They never pinned me, but I never did more than just like not get pinned.
Oh, mate, you missed an opportunity there. Could have power slammed people.
Oh, those guys were big and they were strong and they were in better shape than I was, and they had skill, and I didn't have any skill.
We didn't have any of that. We didn't have wrestling in our school. We had hockey that was banned because we started smacking each other with the sticks, and somebody got their eye cut open above their thing. So we couldn't do it. My school was so rough that they had to just do cross country, football, basketball, and cricket, and that was it. They couldn't even do rugby anymore because rugby we kept. We did rounders or baseball, but rugby we just kept beating the shit out of each other. And in rounders, I got a fucking baseball bat to my eye because somebody swung. I was backstop. Somebody swung, let go of the bat, fucking knocked me in my eye. So that was good fun. But yeah, rugby, forget it. People would have fucking died in our school. You just no.
And when my friend Johnny, he was like an all-state runner, but he was also on the football team, and he ended up getting a compound break during a football game, like the bone was sticking out, kind of thing. So it was pretty ugly. I think it was, if I remember right, we had two high schools.
That's an open fracture.
Okay. So okay, well, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, okay. I defer to your medical knowledge because I am not a medical person. Yeah, the thing was we had a rivalry because we had two high schools in my town, and so the games between the two high schools were always really vicious. And it's New Jersey.
Yeah. So. Oh, New Jersey. There you go. Oh, how many of the kids that participated were fucking sons of the mafia? You know what I mean? Not a stereotype or anything.
We're still doing film and TV,
yeah. We're done with film and TV. If you got anything you lot want to add?
Well, I did a review of a movie called Triple Frontier. I'm not sure if you guys have seen that.
No, God no.
I couldn't believe that this movie came out 5 years ago, and I had no fucking idea that this film even came out because of this movie. I created a whole new genre on NerdTube called Under the Radar Reviews, where films have gone under the radar for me. This movie has Charlie Hunnam, Oscar Isaac, Garrett Hedlund, Ben Affleck, Pedro Pascal. Like, how the fuck have I not known about this movie? It's incredible. It's a bungle heist movie about these military guys. All five of them are ex-military, and they try to rob a drug baron and steal all his money and from in somewhere in South America and go back to America with it. It's kind of run of the mill, but because of these actors, it turns out to be really good. And the set pieces are very well. Very well done, and the cinematography is really good as well because it's like South American landscapes like the Andes and rainforests and jungles and beaches. It's on Netflix right now.
I loved it.
Netflix,
yeah,
I'll give it a watch.
Netflix, but it's hard to believe that this film is gone under the radar.
Have you guys talked about? I'm assuming in the last few weeks you talked about the Godzilla movie.
Minus
I haven't seen it yet.
Minus one, yeah.
I haven't seen it yet.
Gary's seen it. He loved it.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on it? Serious.
I'll tell you what. It really surprised me. It was very much. Godzilla was really. I almost don't even consider it a Godzilla movie. I mean, Godzilla's in it, and he's kind of a foil though. He's a plot device. It's really about a very character-driven story, and I thought it was really good.
Listen, I don't want my buildings. I don't want my buildings to have characters before Godzilla blows them up. All right, I just.
Well, the buildings didn't have characters, but it's very much of a redemption story, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh,
everyone has waxed very lyrical about this movie, and once it comes out, or like there's a decent copy out there I can watch on the smaller screen, I'll definitely watch it because I'm extremely intrigued. I need to see this fucking film now. Not one person said anything negative since this movie's come out.
Yeah, because the Japanese got, again, if you're going to watch something that's Japanese, they're always going to get the characters right, at least most of the times. They'll make compelling characters. When in America, they make characters that you just like, I don't care about you. Go away, you sack of shit. You're just in the way of my kaiju fight. You know what I mean? But with the Japanese, they'll make things a bit more compelling and you want to root. Like, I just watched, what did I finish watching? Blue Eye Samurai. That was a fucking great show. Watch that. That was really good.
Golden Glasses nominated. Blue Eyed Samurai. Golden Glasses nominated. Exactly. Also, Godzilla Minus One was also Golden Glasses nominated. Sorry, I'm a little off my game tonight. Sorry.
That's all right. But I'll definitely check it out with Zam when a good copy is out there. Monarch just ended its first season last night. Godzilla Kong Mothra. It was a good start. I've heard about that.
Monarch, like we're talking about the British monarchy. Is there only one?
No. That's no. We're talking Monarch. It's a Godzilla series, and it's got like Kurt Russell in it and all of that. It looks really good.
And
what'd you say, Gaz?
White Russell's in it.
White and Kurt Russell.
White Russell, yeah.
Because they play the same character. Like,
U.S. agent. I love that guy.
Yeah. Godzilla is great. I watched it at IMAX, but like you said, you might hate it because of the lack of diversity. Too many Japanese people in it.
Too many
by the-
Japanese people in this Japanese movie.
By the way,
Yeah.
have they actually
that
started
was a
making?
good joke.
Have they started making Thunderbolts yet? Do you know?
Yeah,
Because
they've been filming that for a while now.
No, really, because that film was supposed to start filming in January last year.
Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of Brave New Worlds or whatever it's called. The
Strange World?
Captain. I'm thinking of Captain America. Sorry,
Oh, okay.
that
Yeah.
film.
Oh,
That
no,
film's been
Thunderbolt. They just
fucking-
lost. They just lost.
the
Thankfully,
main villain, right?
You're
just
you're
lost
always
Sentry.
thinking of Captain America. I mean, you just,
I am from America. I
but
think
you're
am I
always
the
thinking
only?
of Captain America.
Am I the only?
No, you've got Jersey Boy over here as well. You know, Joe's from
Oh,
New
okay.
Jersey. So
Oh,
there's
is he?
two of
Okay.
you.
Oh, hey, Americans, see me paying absolutely zero for my health care?
You're reaching to the converted. Believe me. Years ago, I had to go in. I had cellulitis in one of my legs, and I spent 56 hours in the hospital. Now I have good insurance coverage, so my bill was like $1,250 or something like that. $1,250. But the overall bill for 56 hours in the hospital, where basically I laid there and they gave me IV antibiotics, almost $26,000.
Yeah, it's insane. Sweet
Now,
Jesus.
insurance covered most of it, but the fact that it even was that much to begin with is just crazy.
Yeah,
Because like I said, I just laid there. They stuck a thing in my arm, and they said, and they ran the line, and they just kept changing the bag of IV, and that was it.
And before anyone says, "Oh, but you pay taxes for it," yes, I paid taxes for this, but it didn't hurt. I didn't even feel it.
okay, but hold on, and I agree with you 100%. And I want to reinforce this because this is one of my biggest pet peeves: is that look how much we're paying for privatized insurance and insurance through our work now. They're not going to charge us that much in taxes. Like we would be making more money if we were.
Thing is, even if they did, but if we got better coverage and better service, by taking out, I'd
How
much
do you
rather
do that?
Yeah. Well, the other thing too, as a small business person, I'm not a conservative, but I've actually come up with a conservative case for universal health care.
I'm not doing that. Someone else is doing that. I don't know how that.
How is that thumbs up coming up in that bubble?
I don't know. I don't know
I
how
don't
it's coming
know.
up. Are we doing
Yeah,
it?
I saw her do it a couple of times. Yeah,
I'm not doing it.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
do
there it is
now.
right there.
It's not me.
There you go.
That's
It's
funny.
it's that Canadian free healthcare you got. going
Yeah.
Yeah, thumbs up.
But I was
Yeah,
trying
sorry,
to
go
explain.
on, Joe.
I was trying to explain to a business associate of mine, because they're, unfortunately, a lot of business people are conservative in this country, but I made the point and said, okay, look, we're small businesses, but so, while I'm not legally required to provide healthcare plan to my employees, if I don't, I'm not going to get anybody worth having. I'm going to get the dregs who can't get a job anywhere else. So I have to have a healthcare plan. But because my group is smaller, so I'm at a competitive disadvantage to my larger competitors because they have more employees, so they get better rates. So I have to pay more for less, and then on top of it, if you do offer stuff, now there's regulatory requirements, and if I don't follow the regs to the letter, I can get sued or fined out of existence. So now I've got to devote time, and I'm not an expert in healthcare. I'm not an expert in insurance. But I have to devote time or devote staff time to making sure that we're compliant with the law, so I don't get blown out of existence. And I'm like, so I'm at a massive disadvantage compared to if there's a company out there with 30, 40, 50 people, you have to devote one person to healthcare. Big deal. That's one out of 40 people. For me, I got a company of 9 people. Devoting one person to that's a lot of a big percentage of my workforce. So I would much rather just pay taxes and be out. Why am I involved with my employees' healthcare? I have nothing to do with it. I should just give me a bill and I'll pay it. I'll happily pay it to not have to deal with all the shit.
And that's what the Canadian government does, is because
Right.
For everyone, we negotiate for the 37 million people here with a drug company over the prices.
That's right. Instead of me with a company of 9 getting the rates of a group of 9 people, right? You have a pool of 37 million people. That has way more buying power than my little company has.
And that's the thing. It's like, yeah, I mean, like you will get probably no argument from anyone here in the. Well, I don't want to say anyone in the States, but like about universal health. And I love it because actually I just talked to somebody about this like yesterday, and their only comeback was, well, but it takes you months to get any medical care. I say, no, you don't. I say I know plenty of people that have universal health care and they have no problem getting any kind of health care.
I was in a bed in 15 minutes.
Well, I mean, and it's not like we don't have waits here. We have tons of waits. And like if I haven't seen my primary care physician, I've seen doctors, but I haven't seen my primary care physician in about 4 years because they're so booked up.
Here in the UK, the only reason our service has gone down is because we have a right-wing government that wants to privatize the healthcare. They've always been against it. They've always been against the NHS, and that's why the service has declined. The previous government turned our healthcare system into the most efficient healthcare system in the world that ran at the cheapest rate possible, and it was great. They had waiting times down to 4 hours. Surgery waiting time was down to peanuts. And this government came in
at half the cost of what we pay. At half the cost of what we pay.
Way less. Like your healthcare costs are the most expensive in the world, and it's private, and yet your government spends more on it. It's privatization is and has always been inefficient. It never makes any sense when it comes to public utilities.
Right.
And when I had to have surgery, I waited 3 weeks, which is very reasonable. And when you say no American would argue with you, I've actually had, and they're usually libertarians, argue with me. And their argument is, well, my group of people, in my town will raise money and we'll get it done. And I'm like,
it never ever happens.
Not only that, but isn't that what you do with taxes, raising money?
Bingo.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't mind paying more taxes as long as I don't have to pay almost $600. What is it a month? I'd have to look. I think it's around $600 like a month or even per paycheck for health insurance that doesn't do shit.
I call libertarians, and granted, let's when I say libertarians, I'm talking about right wing or right leaning libertarians. There are technically left wing libertarians as well. I'm leaving them out because they tend to be more toward the leftist bent. But American right wing libertarians, I call them leeches because they basically will suck up all the benefits of society, but they just don't want to contribute. Oh, I want it to be volunteerism. Okay, well, if you want to volunteer, then you don't get any of it. You don't get to drive in the fucking roads. You don't get the fire department. You don't get the police department. You don't get any of that shit. You don't get the military. The military's not going to save you if somebody invades. We're going to point them at your house because no one's protecting your ass.
Your house will fucking burn. Your children won't go to school.
The police won't protect you. You'll have to pay for it all.
Yeah,
Zam, you wanted to say something.
Look, with a country full of fucking Christians, you would think that having universal health.
Oh, and here goes Zam with the religion about it.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not wrong.
I know we part of your culture because you're there to help the poor, the sick, the needy, give away all your fucking wealth. Or that's fucking universal health care in a nutshell, right there. Yeah,
that's what me and Joe were talking about yesterday. He said, "What would Jesus do?"
Yeah, well, that's the thing. My friend of mine when she got married, I met her husband like the night before their wedding, and so we were all. There wasn't really a bachelor party; it was just a bunch of us hanging out, drinking and talking. Well, so at the end of the night, it was just me and him. Party. And at one point, he was weird because he was came from Southern Texas, very conservative, and he was like, well, "Who said that I should have to take care of these people?" And I looked at him, I'm like, "Jesus," and his jaw dropped.
Mic drop.
And he couldn't say a word. He was just like, and I actually shamed him because he was just like, oh my God, I never thought. Like, yeah, that's what you were commanded to do by the guy you pretend to believe in. So if you believe in him, then you should follow him. And if you don't believe him, that's fine. You don't have to, but then don't pretend you do.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I was just saying, like, libertarianism and being a Christian is a fucking oxymoron. How can you claim to be a libertarian and a Christian at the same time when both of those beliefs clash with each other? Libertarian basically is proper selfishness, whilst being a Christian, you're supposed to fucking be the most generous person you can be in various fucking ways. It's just so stupid and so hypocritical. I mean, that's why sorry. That's why a while back in one of our shows we talked about how a lot of Christians are not liking the doctrine that is mentioned in the Bible, but apparently Christianity is too fucking woke. Who would have thought that? Huh?
Yeah, that Jesus guy. Well, here's the funny thing about it is here in the States.
Sorry, wait, Joe. Gaz, are you okay?
Guys, do you want to chime in?
No, I'm fine. I'll just wait. I'll let you guys go ahead.
So, in the States, liberalism as it exists in the United States, it was actually grown out of a Christian, mostly Catholic revival in the Midwest. Lawrence, Kansas, was the center of American liberalism in the mid 1800s. But somewhere along the line, they traded in Jesus for money. You know?
Yeah, I mean that's what Judas did. So I mean, we're just following the Bible.
Hey,
traded in Jesus for money.
I'm going. Thank you. You reminded me that next time I deal with the right wing, so-called Christian, I'm going to call them Judas when they argue against helping.
Yeah.
You got your 30 shekels. Now go to Potter's Field.
Yeah, I mean, one of the main kind of areas where the Orthodox Church broke with the Catholic Church was like the Catholic Church were like, we need money. I tell you what. You could just pay to absolve yourself of your sins. And the Orthodox were like, oh, that's not how this fucking works. Right. And so that was one of the schisms. And again, I grew up in a Greek Orthodox family. And the Greek Orthodox doctrine is this. You look at God, you say, stay the fuck out of my way, and I'll see you at Easter. And that's it. They'll be like all religious and all this kind of shit, but they'll just go to church at Easter. And they'll be like, oh, that's my deeds done. I might show up for a name day, pop in, light a candle for somebody on a name day. And that's about it. But they don't let it interfere with any aspect of their lives. It doesn't. Nobody comes in and says, you can't do this because that. They'll just look at you and be like, I'm going to fuck you up. I'm actually going to fuck you up. And I think it's a good attitude to have. Like, again, I know with a lot of people that kind of grew up religious and they have a lot of resentment to all this kind of thing. For me, it was just more of I didn't believe it. I moved on. But I don't look back at the Greek Orthodox faith with any kind of negativity. Maybe the priests are a little bit money hungry here and there. But my overall experience is more comical than anything. So, but with the Catholics, there's a lot of fucking horror stories, unfortunately, within families, and it's kind of sad.
I'm a former Catholic. No horror stories, to be sure, thankfully, but no one ever diddled me or anything. But what turned me off though, as I got older, I started learning about indulgences and the Crusades and all this kind of stuff, and so I started questioning, and then my church started announcing every week what the take was the previous week. And we had a lot of masses. So like on a Saturday, there were 2 or 3 masses. During the week, there were 2 masses, like at 5 and 7 o'clock in the evening every day. And on Sunday, there were like 5 masses. And they started telling us how much money they were bringing in. And I started looking around. I'm like, I'm not seeing us do anything useful with that money. We didn't have a crisis center. We didn't have a soup kitchen, nothing. And then I don't remember why, but I had to deliver something to the rectory where the visiting priests stay.
Yeah.
And I walked in the place and it was opulent. And here I was, lower middle class, upper lower class, kid living in an apartment. And I walk into this place and it looks like festooned with riches. And I was like, oh, here's where the money went. This is a scam. And I quit the church like within weeks after that.
Yeah, and I think it's great to love thy neighbor and install some, if not a lot, of Christian values in your life. But I don't think you need some sort of organized religion that is proven to me, at least in my eyes, that it's there for money.
And power.
Yeah, and I've always said you don't need to go to church if you want to believe, and you want to believe in it. But again, that's fine. You take it as your own kind of personal thing that helps you get through. That's fine. You don't.
I used to have a pastor who
to kind of tell you how to run it. You've got the fucking Bible. Nothing that somebody else, like a priest, has more power over you. If you've got the Bible, you've read the Bible, you know what you want to follow and all of that. Somebody else above doesn't have a higher say than you, Gaz.
Well, I mean, my current leader, she's she's actually a lovely lady. Because the thing is that I've been seeking her counsel in regards to some personal things in my life, and the thing is that I do need that because I've been having some mental health issues recently, and the thing is that it's the kind of thing that my mental health manifests itself as victim mentality, and she overcomes that to say you're not a victim. You know that the good things and bad things are the stuff that you have control of and stuff like that. And she's been helping me, progress. And she's also been speaking to other mental health providers with that and stuff like that. So she's actually a good leader of the church.
That's great. And like I said, if you're using it to kind of help you, again, because you guys, you're not trying to force any kind of change to kind of that kind of works around your beliefs. So you're not trying to take away anyone else's rights and all this kind of shit. And I would say if that's what you want to be, that's fine. It doesn't bother me, And I look at, say, over here in the UK as well, because where I work for a charity, and I'm now just with so many different community groups, and I've got to see firsthand where a lot of charities do, and also I've seen for the first time in my life the Greek Orthodox Church also now in a cost of living crisis. They have places where people can go to the church and they can eat, they can get warm meals, clothing, and all this kind of shit. They're really helping out. Every single mosque does free food for people that need it. They do.
The Sikhs do it as well.
Sorry, the Sikhs as well. Yes.
Yeah.
If you ask Joel Osteen to do it, he'll tell you to go fuck yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll be back in a minute to charge my car.
Yeah. Okay, mate. During COVID, all these kind of the Greek Orthodox Church and the mosques and all that, they were putting together food packages to go and deliver to the elderly and disabled people that couldn't get out and go shopping, but because they had that community hub. There was somebody that they could speak to kind of get the help, and I thought that's what you should be fucking doing. That's your job. And seeing that, and especially now with these, because in the UK now we're going through an absolute cost of living crisis. Well, the whole world is, but the UK's got it really bad. And seeing all these institutions kind of helps, just makes you fall in love with the community again. And all that. Not really,
I take back what I said.
But seeing them put it to good use and helping people from all backgrounds is great.
I take back what I said then when I said, just install the things that, make a person better. Whether you steal that from the Bible or from Buddha's teachings or whatever. I think I want to take that back now, because you have pointed out something to me where there are some instances, unfortunately too few, where a community, a church community, a mosque community, a Sikh community is reaching out and helping people. So I will take back what I said earlier when I said there's no reason for these institutions.
Well, I think the thing is this, though, but the thing, I guess the thing is, certainly people can use that as a rallying point to do all these good things. But I don't think it needs to be religious based to do it. Like, I know he doesn't have.
No.
I agree.
I think what ends up happening. I was trying to tell a friend of mine when I went to go see the Godzilla movie. Actually, I went with a friend who's a very very active Catholic, and we were talking about things in the Bible and this, that, and the other thing. Getting bad, and he was trying to compare and contrast with Islam and all this kind of stuff. And I said, look, my observation is, people who like to do good will look for the good things in their holy book and follow that. Right. People who have, who are like, toxic and negative, look for the bad things, and they focus on that. And they basically will try to live around I want to go stone homosexuals and all this bullshit, because but there's people, because I'm like, my point to him was like, because he's like, well, the Quran has worse things than the Bible does. And I'm like, well, I'm not too sure about that, But I'm like, even if that's true, that doesn't mean that typical Muslims actually do what it says, just like most Christians don't follow what it says in the book either.
And they all derive from the fucking Torah anyway. So
Right.
it's like the Abrahamic faith, they're all the fucking same.
Right.
And all of that. And you do good, you want to do good. And like you say, you want to be a cunt, you'll take the shitty elements, or Leviticus, as we call it, and just be a shitty person. You know what I mean? So
Well, my favorite is when someone will use like Leviticus to attack homosexuality, for instance, and then you're like, okay, well don't eat pork, and they're like, that's the old covenant. I'm like, it's in the same fucking section, you idiot. It's like, you know, so either all of Leviticus counts or none of it.
yeah,
They don't know.
yeah.
A lot of people don't even know what it says. They don't know their own Bible.
Well, I had a pastor who years ago, who when I went to church, you know, he always said, one of the worst things to happen to God was religion. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like the pastor was saying that, you know, and I mean, he wouldn't go up and announce it at the podium, but he would say, no, like all just this big, like, just if you're going to be a Christian, you're going to be a good person. If you
don't need the hierarchy.
Yeah. Like you need to follow, you know, you need to follow the Bible, but like the Bible is interpreted by everybody in so many different ways, you know? So it's like, he says, no, the worst thing that is organized religion is the only thing, you know, because they really didn't have, you know, organized religion when everything was incepted. And then when Jesus came, you know, if you believe everything that's said, technically Jesus turned the entire church on its head when he came. So if we're going to talk about it in the context of the Bible, technically Jesus came and wrecked the church at that point. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, organized religion is just, it's a big problem. It's kind of like a crutch for some people who want to be shitty about things, and pretend to be good.
I was gonna say but there are racists who are shitty, like Richard Dawkins, who just go on about flaming trans people again.
Yeah.
I'd like that, and Sam Evans being flaming anti-Muslim again. It's like
they get called out by us.
Have we done this before? And to be honest, it pisses me off. It's like these people have done nothing to you. Leave them alone.
Yeah, but again, we don't let people like that slide. We don't let them slide.
Yeah, and I don't like people like Flame Joel Osteen slide. So he's a fucking cold man.
Yeah. Oh, also, can anyone comment on this here? The Jews building a secret underground tunnel.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, it's conspiracy theory bullshit.
No, but there is an underground tunnel.
You're muted, Sirius.
Yeah, we got to ask our guy from New Jersey. What's going on with the...
Yeah. One second,
so what's going on is there was a tunnel connected to Lubavitch synagogue, which is basically one of the ultra orthodox. It's a Chabad Lubavitch, but so it's not Jews building tunnel. There's members of a specific. There was a tunnel that had already been built secretly and illegally, connecting one synagogue to. It doesn't really say, but
it's probably to a bank.
And well, it's a complex. So my guess is it's probably from one building to another, or from one set of buildings to another set of buildings. But it's not, you know, secret Jew tunnels.
Secret Jew tunnels. Can we just clip that? Just clip that, secret Jew tunnels. That's all we need.
That's it. To hide from their own space lasers, Christine.
Gaz,
Yes.
I'm personally not attacking you. I'm trying to express the parts I don't like about certain things. And I would definitely point out things like Dawkins, just as you have. You know what I mean? I was attacking the money hungry, that part. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll attack Gaz on your behalf. Gaz, you're a northern cunt. There you go.
No. I want to add to this as well.
I love you, TJ.
When religious people do attack the gays or the trans, they are doing it from a religious perspective, as far as they're concerned. Someone like Dawkins is not actually saying, "Oh, in atheism, you know, we shouldn't like trans people." It's his own personal fucking opinion, you know, because it has nothing to do with him being an atheist. He just happens to be an atheist.
We know that.
He is an idiot. But it's nothing to do with being atheist. He just happens to be one. Whilst most religious people, if all, when they attack the trans, they attack the gays, it's because of their religion in the first place.
But if they say they follow Jesus anyway, Jesus ate with the tax collectors. He hung out with the prostitutes, which were supposed to be the lowest of the low.
And I followed him in that regard.
Zam and Joe are the messiahs. We didn't know we had.
Because I brag about fucking sex workers all the time.
Oh yes, we know you.
Chris, let me just make this clear. Right, I have zero patience with people who are in a very poor community and drive and I find like 3 planes, have 2 mansions, all that shit. I mean, I have my problems with the Catholic Church having flaming gold plates when they should sell that shit. I give it to poor people. Okay, there you go. That's my.
Guys, you're in Yorkshire, right?
I'm in Manchester. I'm in Manchester.
Northwest. But hold on, let me finish my point.
We went to York and we saw we went down. They had a museum in the basement of all the old plates they had for collection, and there was a gold plate with rubies in it. You were there, right, Gaz?
Yeah.
I didn't go to the museum, but I mean, again, I was a Catholic, so believe me, I saw all that shit, every week. and I gotta disagree with Rick. Dawkins is an idiot. I mean, when he sticks to biology, he's fine. When he goes off, he's got. And I'm going to use this word in the British context. He's a cunt.
Oh, you don't. Yeah, you on this channel, you really don't have to say in the British context. Now we use the word cunt all the time on here.
Yeah. So Cheeto, you wanted to say something before.
So I was just basically what I was starting to say about Jesus, with the tax collectors and prostitutes, like that. The point, what we should be learning from that is, invite those people. Like if you cannot agree with trans people, invite them into their home, show them kindness. You don't have to beat them over the head with the Bible.
Right.
Ever. You know what I mean? You really don't.
And what they do is none of your fucking concern.
Exactly.
They try to make it out like, they're all predators and they're all nonces and rapists and all this kind of shit. And I'm like, oh, look at that. Every single person that preaches and on Twitter or in the media about certain groups being predators are always arrested for being predators.
Yeah, and that's telling.
And they're always the ones. All the trans haters and gay haters are always the ones who are watching trans porn, gay porn, late at night. In the area of red states, they fucking love trans porn more than I do.
They're hate watching it. They're hate watching it.
Oh yeah. Well, Rick Dawkins.
Rick B loves it.
Dawkins is a cunt because he's a bigot. That's why he's a cunt. So I can handle all sorts of differences. However, here's the thing. I remember a friend of mine that I unfriended this a while back. And they said, "Oh, you're gonna unfriend." This is always from the right wing. You're gonna unfriend somebody over a simple disagreement. And I said, "No, I'd never unfriend somebody over a simple disagreement, but I would unfriend somebody over be a fundamental difference of values." So if you hate trans people, I ain't fucking with you because I got a lot of trans friends, and I'll take them over you any day of the week. And I'm not stopping you from being a transphobe asshole. But I'm going to tell you you're a transphobe asshole. And this is where this is what gets me about the right wing and free speech. See, they think free speech means I get to say whatever fucking stupid shit I want, and there's no repercussions, and no one can tell me that I'm a stupid piece of shit. But that's not how free speech works. It's a multi-lane highway. You get to say whatever stupid shit you want to say. I get to say whatever stupid shit I want to say. I can critique your stupid shit. You can critique my stupid shit, and everybody else can critique our stupid shit. So he's a cunt because he's a bigot. And it's not my fault that he's a bigot. And I know he doesn't like being called a bigot, but if he were to stop saying bigoted shit, I would change my opinion of him. Well, I can disagree with him on all sorts of shit and not call him a cunt over that, but he's a cunt because he's a transphobe.
You hear that, Rick B? Okay. All right.
I think Sirius likes the word cunt.
Yeah, really, I do.
I love saying that word, and not in the British way. I called to my doctor today when he comes in every day and has a chat with the patients. I called my sister-in-law cunt, and he's the best fucking doctor ever. Because I called my brother an asshole, and he goes, "You know why they call them assholes? Just imagine an asshole," he says. This is my doctor. He goes, "What does an asshole do?" And I'm like, puckered. He's like, no, well, maybe, but no. I'm like, shit on things? Right. Your brother shits on stuff. I was like, hey.
That's awesome.
That's a great
She's one of the many reasons why I love Christine.
We call Fanny vagina, and you guys call Fanny ass. I'll never get over that.
Oh, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, the first time either of us hear the opposite connotation getting used. I'm sure when you guys heard American talk about fanny pack, you were like, "What?"
Oh yeah, fanny packs. Yeah, that was a conversation.
Yeah, and over here in the UK, we call them bum bags.
Yeah.
Well, see, in the U.S., although it's not used much anymore, but a bum is a street person.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah,
homeless.
So a bum bag is more like a crinkled up, paper bag or something.
Yeah, it's got the alcohol in there for the bum to kind of drink.
No, but some of our terminology, usually a lot of the times American terminology creeps over to us, but some of ours is creeped over to America. Like you guys are using the word spot on now quite a lot. I've heard, and
I do it all the time.
You calling people
spot on.
wanker. You don't say line up anymore. You say queue like we do. You know, and a bit of both. You know what I mean? You know, and
we started using YOL a lot over here because
one thing I think is kind of funny. I've seen a
YOL.
lot of Brits using American baseball vernacular, and like you guys didn't even play baseball, but I don't know how many times I've heard Brits saying about hitting something out of the park or rounding the bases, and I'm like, you don't play that game.
Yeah. I mean, over here we have a lot of terminology that
we have rounders though, don't
America. So it's kind of nice seeing it happen now the other way around.
Oh yeah.
As well.
I live in between because we're still like cousins to both countries,
right?
So we kind of have this mashup.
Yeah,
like,
Canada's our hat.
Yeah, or we live like in an apartment building above meth cooks.
Well armed meth cooks, thank you.
Well armed meth. Yeah.
Like whenever I get American tourists in my cab, I'll teach them some Cockney rhyming slang and says, "Fine, when you're around London, this is how you have to speak," even though nobody really speaks like that. But yeah, nevertheless, they fucking believe it.
So should I be saying Berkshire Hunt?
No, maybe you should say open your minces and plates of meat and your dog and bone and all of that sort of stuff. And I told them that's how we talk. And honestly, if you go to a lot of Brits now or a lot of Londoners now, they won't have a fucking clue what you're saying.
Cockney is pretty much dead now.
Carl Urban is keeping it alive on The Boys.
Oh, the less said about his accent, the better.
Oh God, the goddamn Kiwi. Yeah.
Oi, mate! What you doing, you cunt?
As I'm seeing younger Americans and Canadians and Brits, because of the internet and the there's on the social media, that the accents are kind of narrowing.
Yeah, melding in to one. Yeah.
Unless you're from Newfoundland.
Yeah.
Newfoundland, yoo-hoo!
I love me some Newfies. They are so kind, but I cannot understand a fucking word.
Yeah.
What's really funny is when I used to work for BOC years ago, British Oxygen. They don't exist anymore. They got bought by other companies. But when I was working for them, so there was people from the UK all the time, and basically pretty much everywhere in the English speaking world. So we had people from guys Scots and English and Irish, Northern Irish, and then we had people from the Republic, and we had a Welsh guy, we had a South African guy, an Australian guy, and a whole bunch of Americans. And it was funny because all the different people who weren't Americans were always complaining to me how they couldn't understand the other people, and I understood all of them. So I was like, well, I don't know what's fucking your problem.
You could be from London and go up north, and people if you go up to Newcastle, people from London will not fucking understand what.
Man.
Yeah. When we went to, because I had a roommate who was from near Newcastle. He was from Durham, and they had a proper thick northern accent. So obviously I got to learn the vernacular. And so when we went for a stag do or bachelor party to Newcastle with all my London mates. We stayed in this pub, which was awesome, but all the locals there had a thick Geordie accent, and I was acting as a fucking interpreter to my friends. I'm like, we're in England, and I'm interpreting for my friends what the Geordies have said. And the Geordies are like, how come you can understand us and they can't? I said, that's because I've come here a couple of times and I had a roommate. And they're like, they're like, this is just fucking bizarre. This is like bizarro world where in your own country. You have to
translating
translate.
within your own country.
Yeah.
Well,
and we call it stag do here too, and bachelor party. It can be either or, and you can have a stag and doe.
The closest I ever had to that Ginger was when I was in after my junior year in high school. I went to several summer programs. One of them was in Indiana at this college, and probably about half the people at the program were from Indiana. And there was this one guy who was from Southern Indiana who had this really, really thick accent. So one day, some people were teasing me because I got my, New York, New Jersey, we have the T to D conversion. So they were saying, say the word WATER. And I'm like, water. And like, they're like, water. I'm like, yeah, water. And they're like, so they're teasing me.
Water.
We don't pronounce T.
Yeah, we got water.
So I'm like, yeah, I get it. I have an accent to you, but understand that to me, you guys have accents. They're like, yeah. Then this guy with this heavy accent, we thought he was from Arkansas. He's like, I don't have an accent. Don't tell me I have an accent. And one of his fellow Indianans was like,
oh, it's Zam's favorite accent.
It's one of the most recognizable accents, Southern American.
What y'all talking about? I don't like that Southern accent there.
Well, and there's several different ones. And it also depends if the person's if it's a white Southern accent or a black Southern accent.
This is true.
That's why I'd like to go down to the south and just hear them talk. I'll just be like, do you fuck your cousins and all this kind of stuff?
dude. I had a scare in my family, which turned out to be okay. But when I was doing my family tree, I found that
it branched in on itself.
Well, I found that my grandfather's father and my grandmother's mother were married, and I was like, holy fuck. Turns out, though, it was after my grandmother and grandfather got together. They were both widowed, and then they decided, fuck it, let's get married. But I had a scare there, like, oh my God, do I have
Oh, I get you, yeah. Can any of you do a Nigerian accent?
A little bit.
Hello, my friends. It's nice to see you. I have some. Would like your banking detail, please. Please. If for the prince in Nigeria, he's my best friend, and if you give me your banking details, yes, I will make you very rich right now.
Yeah, that was Asian, mate.
That was Nigerian.
I can kind of do Nigerian, but it's racist for me to do Nigerian.
From Ghana is going to tell you that his jollof rice is better than mine.
That's good, actually.
That's Wakandan. What are you talking about? That sounds Wakandan.
I'm coming.
That's Nigerian. That's what I used to use.
Look up the comedian Godfrey. His parents were from Nigeria, and he's like, he's friends with Columbus House, and like, are you looking for Godfrey? He says he's not home. He's like, Mufasa.
There are a lot of Nigerians in New Jersey. There's tons in London, by the way. Fucking Nigerians everywhere.
Oh yeah, I found that.
They used to be our. A lot of them were like the what do you call it, traffic wardens over here. So there's always a thing like every time we saw a Nigerian, just like, I'm going to give you a ticket. Yeah.
I can do South African.
Yeah, thanks to 23andMe, I've discovered that more than half of my African descent is actually Nigerian, specifically Igbo.
Oh, there you go. They should go to Nigeria. It's a hell of a wild ride.
A friend of mine's gone 3 times, and she's white, and I'm like, are you out of your mind? Like, I'd love to go, but I want to make sure I come home.
That's all right.
You'll be fine. Lagos Nigeria is a Spanish colony. For the capital is called Lagos. Yeah, they're used to white people.
Yeah.
Well, as all nations should be.
Yeah, that's right.
There's instability.
No. My mate. What am I talking about? An old friend I used to work with. His name is Jack. Yeah, he married this Polish bird. They're living in Nigeria. He opened up a hotel in Nigeria. They're fine. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. It's, my dad went out there because the job that he used to do, he did the guy's house here in London, and he wanted to do his palace in Nigeria. And my
Is
dad
that
was
the
like,
guy I sent the money to?
"Eh?
Is that
Yeah,
the man
he's
I
he's
sent
the
the money
prince.
to?
He's the prince. He's the prince that sends out all those emails. They do exist." So yeah, so he was. He's not a prince. He was He's like an oil baron type person, and he wanted my dad to go over there and do all the cornices and fireplaces at the palace. My dad was like, "I could, but I'm going to be out here too long, and I'll lose too much business back home. Otherwise, he would have sat there in Nigeria, got paid very handsomely, and done up her whole palace." And the guy was like, "Oh, I can get you people, anyone you want to help you." And but yeah, he didn't take the job. But he said when he was out there, because he loved it. So just women just throwing themselves at him because they just think, "Oh, rich white man," and he's like, "No, I'm probably like poorer than you lot," kind of thing. Not really, but you know. But yeah, he loved it.
That's the new title of this podcast. World's Gone Racist. Let's accent about it.
Fuck yeah.
Actually, funny. Last night I was at I went to a one-man show in New Brunswick, New Jersey. The guy basically was monologuing as Lenny Bruce, and then after the show, this young, probably mid-30s black woman, and I think I'm guessing from just looking at her features, I think she's actually first generation. I'm pretty sure her parents were from Africa, and she kind of looked in my direction, and I smiled, and then she looked at me, and she came over and she chatted me up, and I was like, cool, man. You know, I'm 55 and dumpy. Shit like that doesn't happen very often.
She got the vibe. She's just like, yeah, mate, I'm gonna rock that mustache.
Yeah, she came over and she was like, you look like an interesting person. Like, and I was like, yeah, cool.
I'm the most interesting man.
Yeah, twirl the mustache.
That's why I always like to go on holiday, but because just rock the English accent wherever I go, whether it be the States or Iceland or whatever. You're guaranteed to get your leg over at least once whilst you're out there. It's fucking
your leg
awesome.
over? I've not heard that one before.
Yeah,
Sex.
really?
I think from the context, I've never heard it before.
We're talking about the horizontal mambo, the mommy daddy hanky panky.
It got a little bit harder once I was in my 30s. I remember when I went to a nightclub.
But usually it doesn't get harder when it's in your 30s. You know, you kind of
nobody that's the Viagra kicks in, mate.
But I just remember like being in this nightclub on New Year's Eve in Reykjavik, and I think to myself, shit, everyone's at least 10 years fucking younger than me. Like, this is fucking ridiculous. I'm getting too old for this shit. So yeah.
I listen. Nothing is like. You know, when I was two stories. So obviously, when I was in New York, same with you. You know, I was in a Macy's, just a Macy's, buying clothes, dirt fucking cheap. Like especially back in 2004, where I think the ratio was almost $2 to the pound. So I was like, it was like fucking Christmas for me. But I was just in Macy's. I was downstairs buying some tracksuits or sweatpants, whatever you call them over there. And so I go to the counter and there's these two black girls there. And I just start talking to them. As soon as I heard the accent, that was it. And I was like, look, I've only been here for like 2 days. I want to see what the club scene is like here. And so they invited me up to, it was some place up in Harlem. So I went with two of the guys from the hostel I was staying at. And we had a fucking blast. All you had to do is just whack on an accent. And I was just like, woohoo, party time.
It's panty remover.
Huh?
It's panty remover.
Yeah. Whilst I was in my 20s, every time I went to Iceland, I had like a one night fucking stand. It was fucking awesome, and I always would go for Christmas. But on one occasion, I've only been twice. Once when I was 11, and once when I was 26. When I was 26 and I went to Iceland, I went in the summertime and I went clubbing, met a couple of girls, got talking, and they said, "Let's go to another club." It's 2 a.m. now. We walk outside and the fucking sun's out. I feel like I'm fucking Dracula. Yeah, like, what the fuck is this shit? You know, like I couldn't believe it, man, because Iceland is so far north in the hemisphere that like you get very little darkness, which was absolutely crazy. But
well, you were the only darkness they would have seen as well. So,
yeah, that and the accent. Yeah, I mean, but you know what the funny thing is, and God, this is gonna sound crazy, but a lot of the girls I did bang out there in Iceland, in particular, a lot of them were like single mums, and their kids happened to be mixed race. So I don't know if that was.
Oh yeah.
It just I don't know how coincidental
some
that is.
people have a thing for
Yeah.
Yes, Christine.
For exotic men.
Yes.
Well, a lot of the
In
Nordic
London.
countries,
Like that chocolate.
a lot of the Nordic countries like something different.
Mm.
They're bored of the blonde, blue eyes. They want and don't really consider it taboo. They just they find it just attractive. It's not like, oh, that's a black person, I wouldn't sleep. That the race doesn't kind of enter their mind. They're so liberal and open, right? So I can totally see that. And you had the experience of the whole daylight thing. I had the opposite. When I went up north and here in Canada, I was as far north as Nunavut. And I mean, 4 hours of sunlight. And
Wow.
and pardon me, I just had my snack. They give you a snack. It's awesome. And the sun was just kind of like, it came up and went along the horizon and went back down. It was so bizarre.
Just peekaboo of sun, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
no.
what you're saying though, Christine, is if I go to Reykjavik, my chances will improve.
Possibly.
Well, they're
Not
mostly,
mine.
they're mostly,
No, you ain't gonna
native.
do nothing up there, Cheeto, mate. You and me are just screwed.
We're just
either way.
run of the mill.
Yeah,
well,
we're run of the mill, baby.
they're just native, really. And I fucking feel so bad because I don't know the correct term, and I do know it. I just can't think of it right now. But the old racist term is Eskimo.
Inuit, right?
Inuit. Thank you. Damn, I knew
Yeah,
that, and I used that word, but I could. I just had a brain fart.
Yeah,
That's
like
right.
the last
Everyone's
time-
brain
last
farts
time-
from time to time.
Is that what that
But I've
smell
been-
is?
But I've been to Iceland. I've been to Iceland 12 times, and the last time I went, I remember there was like a massive influx of Polish people going there to find work and stuff, and you could tell the difference between a Polish person and then a fucking Icelandic person a mile off. And it's usually the eyes. If you see Bjork and you see those eyes, they're a little bit squinty. Yeah, that's how you can tell.
Yeah, see, the thing is, like, that whole vibe. Like, I missed out on that when I was younger because I was too shy and I was too, too insecure. I missed out on a chance one night with an Australian woman when I was in Hawaii. So we were having we talked for hours, and at one point she said how, like, when she preferred American men to Australian men. She said, when you go to the club, she said at least the American men would show up earlier and they'd buy drinks, and like the Australian men would show up at the end and look for kind of hunt for the stragglers.
Right.
Yeah.
They were cheap and they didn't want to pay, so just whatever's left, But she said at least the American guys would buy you breakfast. And I totally missed the opening of saying, "Well, hey, can I buy you breakfast?"
Oh, Joe. Joe. Sometimes.
Well, if you want Australia, man, the best thing to do is go to London and go into a bar. That's where you get most of the Australian men.
I was about to say, wow, Gary knows how to get Australian men, apparently.
Yeah, well, because most of them work in bars in London. I mean, GG knows I'm telling the truth. You're going to get someone from Adelaide just like,
if you come to London,
let me buy you a beer. Yeah.
You come to London, you'll find every fucking nationality under the sun. There's even loads of fucking Americans in this city. There's not a week that goes by that I have a fucking Yank in my car. You know what I mean? So yeah, there's
not a week goes by you don't have a wank in your car. What?
Yeah.
Very good.
Yank and a wank, the same thing. Yeah, Christine.
Most international city in the world? Guess.
You're going to say Toronto, I bet.
Cleveland.
Toronto.
Toronto.
Yeah,
No. I've been to Toronto. I've been in New York City.
I've been to Toronto.
I'm still dubious of that.
I've been to New York.
It is a very international city, though. I will say that.
The one thing with Toronto, there's hardly any fucking white people there. Like, everyone there's fucking Chinese. You know what I mean? So
that's the West Coast.
I was in Scarborough when I was in Toronto.
Actually, I will say though, in Oxford, I went into Jamie Oliver's Italian restaurant, which unfortunately is closed now. But the host, she was beautiful, and I told her she looked like, I'm like, you probably hear this all the time, but you look like Charlize Theron, and she's like, no one's ever said that to me, and she was like stunned. I'm like, really?
That's because nobody probably talks to her over there. They're just like, yeah, just show me to my seat. I get my food because there's not that much social interaction in restaurants. I just want to eat my fucking food and get out.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, cool.
Yank,
All right,
yank.
we want to finish off with gaming stuff. So if anyone's not interested in gaming and wants to jump off, that's fine. Not a
No,
problem.
I'll listen, but I'm turning my camera off so I can breathe better by
All
lying
right.
differently.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so this one was quite an interesting one with Xbox, because obviously their sales haven't been great. So they're gonna do they're gonna be multi-platforming their exclusives now. So Sea of
Lovely.
Thieves and Hi-Fi Rush and things like that are gonna be going multi-platform. And that's obviously great for the consumer, because for those that want to play those games and all this kind of stuff. But is that a good thing for Xbox? Is it a bad thing? That remains to be seen.
We're not going to sell the consoles anymore.
Good for gamers.
There's only so many. Yeah, when it comes to console sales, I mean, initially when a new console is being released, they're going to fly off the shelves. But after a while, they're not going to get that many sales, and so I think they have to start working on their exclusives. I personally hope they do continue that trend, because I want Gears of War to be able to play that shit on my PlayStation. Please let that happen.
Yeah. I mean, the thing for me too is like I'm a PC gamer. I've been since before there were PCs, like I for me a joystick was the old Atari, two button stick. I have a hard time with the modern controller, so that's why I'm not really good at it. So I stick with the PC.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think for Xbox, I think they're coming out of the console war now anyway, because they're just not selling their stuff. It is just not going. So they're going to be pushing Game Pass, and they won't be. Yeah, they'll probably just give up on exclusivity just to kind of make more money with things like with their exclusives, and because they've acquired so many studios, it makes more business sense to go cross-platform with everything. So yeah, for the consumer, it's great. For Xbox, it just depends on where they want to go. Personally,
I think the consoles are being hurt too, not only by PC games but also by games you can play on your phone or tablet, and mobile games.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they've gotten a lot more sophisticated, and it's like, why have a standalone platform that only plays a certain number of things when you have these other platforms that you can put up.
Yeah, and the thing is like Winslow says here, like, they've not been selling. They don't, like, in the console war. Everyone talks about the console war, and what annoys me about the console war thing is that was so Sony, Microsoft. I mean, Nintendo kicks everyone's asses, and I'm not a Nintendo fanboy, but Nintendo kicks everyone's fucking ass when it comes to all the console wars, and people still talking like Sony and Microsoft, like Xbox is relevant. Xbox is not relevant. They don't have good exclusives. Their stuff is all stuck in the mid 2000s with first person and cover based shooters and all this stupid shit. So they've lost not just the war on consoles, they've lost the war on gaming. They don't know, they fucking have the market and they don't know what to do with it. And this is from Microsoft games back in the day. They were the shit, man. We're talking about your Age of Empires and all these kind of stuff. Like, they used to make great stuff. And the fact that they flopped so hard with the console stuff, I think it's the right direction for them to go, especially with things like Bethesda's games and Activision, because they own Activision now. So I think it's the right move. I think that's what's going to ultimately save them, because if they can say, look, we'll do this, but you've got to put Game Pass on your PlayStation and things like that. So. And that's good. That's also good for the gamers, because they get Game Pass as well, so they could just do all this kind of stuff with it. So yeah, I think we're all in agreement. And I definitely want to try out Sea of Thieves as well, because like people fucking love that game.
Really?
What kind of game is it? Because I'm not familiar with it.
It's a pirate game. It's a pirate game. People love it. Like it's like a really popular game. It's from Rare Interactive, who like I don't know if they still are, but they were like a British studio, just made some of the best games you grew up with in the 90s. It was them, like Banjo-Kazooie, Killer Instinct, Perfect Dark, all
Killer
these kind
Instinct.
of games. They're incredible
Oh,
studio.
okay, that is available for PC. Cool. All right.
Oh yeah, everything's available. Like anything that's on Xbox is available for PC. Everything.
Yeah, having a PC is having an Xbox basically, but they're both Microsoft.
Yeah, I mean, you and I aren't missing out because I'm on PC as well. We're not missing out on anything, and even though some of the Sony PC ports have been shit, even like Sony ports their stuff to PC as well, so you can get all their stuff. Winslow, just make games. People like games that subsidiaries make the best games, and people that like Xbox will still buy them. Well, yeah, I mean, just make good games. I mean, you know,
well, yeah, they have to be good though, because I was around. I don't know how many of you guys were, but I was around when the collapse happened in the early '80s, where there were just, everybody was making games. Sears was putting games out, all kinds of every kind of company in the world, and 3/4 of it, probably 80% of it was garbage. And so what ended up happening, eventually the consumers just said, no, I'm not anymore. Because it was just, they were just like, there were hundreds of titles coming out every month and they were shit. And people just said no. And then like most of the companies that made them, disappeared in a very short order. So you can't just put out, crap.
Yeah, I mean, you've got also, I mean, a prime example is the death of live service games. So companies wanted to really push live services, and in 2022 we saw 12 games that hadn't even completed a year in their cycle were shut down because there weren't money made. And it moves me on perfectly to another game that looks like it's going to be dead on arrival, and that's Suicide Squad.
Oh, have you read the preview reviews for it?
I've seen the gameplay footage that gameplay footage.
A couple of people have like previewed it for for IGN and like Game Radar and stuff like that, and they'll say that how shit it is.
Yeah. I've seen all the I've read all the previews on it, and the thing is I don't need to read it. Like they put the gameplay out there, 26 minutes of gameplay, and the first 5 minutes hurt my eyes, like literally hurt my eyes. I'll get it up. I'll get it up for you, baby. And I'll show you the clip what I saw.
Real quick, because I've heard the term recently, because I don't read gaming sites, and so I'm out of the loop as far as terminology. Live service games means what?
That's a game with no ending, and it's got it's constantly just churning out content within a game,
like World of Warcraft.
So a bit like World of Warcraft, yeah, but it's got like egregious monetization, and everything's monetized. So you got to constantly, like every couple of months.
It's more like if you've ever heard of it, it's more like a Fortnite or an Overwatch or something like that, where they could they're selling you skins, or they're selling you weaponry, or they're selling you this, that, and the other. So.
Exactly, Vance. That's what I'm going to show now.
Show
me. Here we go. Right. Okay. So I'm going to go. Was it 5 minutes?
God, Suicide Squad. It still hurts me knowing that game is the way it is, considering who made it. It hurts me so much, man.
And that it's going to be Kevin Conroy's.
It's out of their control. Studio heads,
and it's going to be Kevin Conroy's last run as Batman. Like that's going to be the thing that hurts the most.
Well,
let me just. Okay.
He should not be carrying a Gatling gun. He should be running up to people and ripping them apart and eating them.
Yeah. So I just want to show you this because I'm not going to play the sound, because you don't really need the sound, but I just want to show you just how fucking busy. Sorry, I was just checking the screen. How busy it gets here. Like, look at all this fucking. Look at the noise that comes on the screen. All the lights and actually, I'll play the sound as well.
It also Borderlands.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
God, it's like Fortnite.
Look at that. Lights and busy and flashing and the noises.
The people
that would cause me distress after a while.
Yeah, like look, all this constant flashing, leveling up, bang, ching.
It looks like Overwatch.
Well, yeah. Some movies are the same way. They just throw so much shit on the screen that your eyes can't possibly follow it all. The first time I ever really noticed it was like Attack of the Clones, the battle at the end, where there were just so many elements on the screen flashing around, and they only flashed it for such a short period of time that it was actually causing me like to get disoriented, and that reminded me of that.
Well, that's what this game is. And now imagine trying to play that game for all those hours, and you've got all those lights and all that noise. And it feels like a Las Vegas slot machine. It feels like a slot machine. It feels like mobile gaming. It feels like gambling. All the gambling mechanics you could see there, the flashing lights, the noises, the kind of things the sounds that are trying to make you kind of trigger your endorphins, that feel good moment of the achievements and all this kind of shit. And it's just a fucking tragedy from going from Batman to that. No wonder the guys that actually created the studio are no longer there. They left because of this game. They're like, fuck this. This is bollocks. This is not what we got into the business for. They've gone off. They've done their own thing. They left last year. So whilst this game was being made. And I said, all those people need to do, the heads of those creative, is go to Image Comics or go to like Mark Miller and things like that. Get the superhero licenses from their stuff as a direct competitor against Warner Brothers game, and they could do some serious damage because this game is an abomination.
Now, one thing, can we highlight that last thing that Winslow's Only Hope said? Because that brings up something that's kind of been bugging me for
this
a bit.
one.
Yeah. So, because I play some free to play games, I'm playing across the spectrum. There's things I have that are subscription. There's things that are free to play, and the thing I keep running into is that like. And remind you, I know some studios are raking the money hand over fist. I get that. So some of them are just, but like no one ever wants to pay for anything. It's like, well, someone's got to pay for. Like I play World of Tanks and World of Warships, and for a long time, when you could in World of Tanks, you can't communicate with people on the other team anymore. But back when you could, half of it was just like recriminations over people, having like the high grade ammo and things like that or whatever, and complaining about people who actually pay to play the game. And it's like, well, if it wasn't for people paying, there would be no game. And that's actually one of the problems now with the game development is that game development is so expensive anymore.
But that game that you just described, there, World of Tanks, that's a live service game. That's what a live service game is. And I can't stand that kind of shit where it's like people want to. Look, okay, you can argue if it's free to play, you can argue fine, there's monetization elements, but the problem is they're too fucking greedy with it. And if it's pay to win as well, it's not just it's a disadvantage, it triggers people's the core thing that is the same issue gambling addicts have. Okay. And it triggers that kind of element where they'll keep spending money. Here again, for the charity I work for, the number one addiction with gambling now is gaming. It's overtaken sports addiction.
Now, sorry, go ahead. Finish.
Yeah, the only games I play are on my phone, and I've noticed a difference. There are some games they're free when you start, and then the only way you can win is literally by paying money to get coins or diamonds or whatever.
And that's when I stopped playing.
And it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Now to your point about like World of Warships and World of Tanks, some of the tanks that that you buy that are premium, they're like as anywhere from 12 up to like $100. Yeah, and then look at like Star Citizen games, ships that were like hundreds of dollars, and they still don't have a fully functional game after collecting how many hundreds of $300 million, something like that.
Yeah, $650 million they've collected from that game, and they just dropped $48,000 DLC for it, and you can only get that if you've already spent $10,000 on the game.
$600 million and a $48,000 DLC.
That's a con job, yeah.
It's a con job, and people. But this is so. My biggest issue with gaming is not so much the companies; it's the fucking idiots that spunk away their money. They're the root cause of this problem. Now, I get why some people get hooked in on it because there's fear of missing out, and there's just the way it kind of breaks down your psychology. Gaz, yeah, go on.
I disagree with that because I think it preys upon some people's addictive personalities. Now, I have an addictive personality. I get addicted to things very easily. And with this, it relies on people's, what's the word, compulsion and stuff like that. So they decide to... Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not absolving the corporations from this, but the problem is, and I'm not talking about the egregious shit. So I'll give you FIFA and Call of Duty as an example. Soulless shit games, and people spunk away money like FIFA Ultimate Teams alone. Like, it's just you're getting cards for fucking players to play with another bunch of cunts, you know, and it's just such a pointless mechanic to have. But people, it's always the number one selling game in the UK every year. FC24, which is what it's called now, it was the number one selling game in the UK. And what are they doing? Nothing. They just get the game, they buy it, they spend hundreds and hundreds of pounds on card packs every fucking year. Right. So some personal responsibility is good, and it's not. Then they complain about the game. It's like, well, you can't buy it, participate in it, and then complain about it. You know, it's not a society thing where you have no choice. You have a choice here, and so at some point you've got to get your demons under control, and you've got to just say enough is enough, and that is what's happening. Let's be honest, because a lot of live service games are flopping now.
Well, the thing is, I think a lot of part of it too is when, especially when you have people that have invested a lot of things, then you start getting the what do you call it?
Throwing good money after bad.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So basically, and I can't remember the name of the fallacy now, but the idea that, okay, I've invested so much that I'm all in. I got to go keep going, and of course that's fallacious and wrong thinking, but people, it's very easy to fall into that. You know, I've already put so much in; it's very hard to walk away.
Yeah, exactly. And that's.
I don't mind if they want a little bit of money, because you should get paid for your work, but they're going way beyond that.
Well, and so to Winslow's only hopes. Well, to Winnie, she's somebody I know. To Winnie's point there, though, it's, you know, I'm okay with spending a little bit of money on a free game, because it's like, but. Because my thought process is how much would I spend for this game in general? Like, let's say if, like, you know, like Star Trek Online, you know, how much would I spend on this game? I wouldn't spend like full price, but I'd spend like $30 maybe. So I'm like $30 a year, you know, not bad, you know, like, or $40 a year, you know? So that's, you know, that's kind of my mindset is like, spend on a free game what you think the game is worth. And, you know, don't go beyond that. That's kind of my mindset.
Yeah, Winslow, horse armor.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, to me, I feel like...
Wait, Gaz wants to talk.
Yeah, Gaz.
No, Joe was before me. It's fine.
The you know, to me, any free-to-play game that I play, I feel a certain level of obligation to spend something, because I am partaking in the game. It did cost money to not only create the game, but also to maintain the game. So I do feel like, well, you should spend something, you know, like you said, spend what you think it's worth, and, you know, or well, at least what you could afford, if you can't give what you think it's worth, but yeah, because you know, somebody has to be paying for the thing at the end of the day. Another big problem I have, though, is a lot of these companies that are the ones that are raking in big money, they're not necessarily paying their developers and their staff, you know,
exactly
commensurate with what the company's making. So, and that's a problem.
Exactly. And the industry. Sorry, go Gaz, and then I'll chime in after Gaz.
Well, what I was going to say is that there isn't the protections in gaming the way there is, let's say, for example, on a Betfred or a Ladbrokes, where there's protections for the consumer, because again they take gambling addiction seriously on those sort of sites. You know, there's money gates and stuff like that, and there should be the same sort of things in these games. There should be money gates, because it's not adults, it's mainly kids. So it's mainly like, you know, young kids who want to be fashionable with their mates and whatever. So that's why there needs to be the same sort of protections, if not more protections, because it's kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I've said before that my nephew, my godson, sorry, he spent £3,000 on FIFA, stole his mother's credit card to do it, and
Jesus,
again, £700.
Okay, but here's my counterpoint to that, though. That kind of comes down to parenting, because my kids have never stolen my credit card, and they've never like done any of that. So I'm not saying that anyone's a bad parent because of it, but I'm just saying like that there is a proponent of parenting there where
I understand, but but you're having gambling mechanics in a game where
Yep.
kids have got their first hand of it, and they are going to be extremely prone to becoming addicted to it and not wanting to miss out, and all this kind of shit. So it's the fact that those elements are exposed to kids. So any game that has egregious microtransactions, I'll come to you in a second, Christine, don't worry. That any game that has egregious microtransactions like FIFA does, it should be mature rated because it's a gambling mechanic.
I don't disagree with you on that at all. I really do not.
I agree with you as well, but when kids are playing a game, it should be no fucking microtransactions at all.
Yeah, they're
like
manipulating children. Even that basketball game had the fucking fruit machine on it and stuff. I mean, they weren't fucking around. They weren't even hiding it anymore. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, Christine,
you can't. Sorry. You can't, like, people want to have Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi in their football games. You can't actually buy those players. You have to fucking hope you get those players, and that's the gambling aspect of it. By opening up these packs and hoping that player will be in that pack, and that makes kids into fucking gamblers. Unfortunately, fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. Christine, we'll go to you.
It's just like in the old days when they had candy cigarettes. It's this gateway to start them to smoke, and it's some of these games are built to do that.
Yeah. The other thing too, and about as far as like the kids stealing the thing. Now I'm very glad that you're obviously a good parent, so no criticism at all there. But the thing is, understand compulsive behavior, because that's really what Ginger Greek is talking about is compulsions.
My kid has pretty severe ADHD. I know what compulsive behavior is about. So I mean,
it's not really. It's different.
Yeah, but you can't just because your kids don't do it doesn't mean other kids are going to do it.
And I know. That's what I'm saying.
I know you agree with what I said. Yeah, absolutely. You can't. It's not just like I can easily give you the anecdotal situation that happened here, but it's not just me. It's happened everywhere. And
I'm not defending anyone. Like, I'm not defending the company. Like, I agree with you. Like, these things need to be, you're right, a mature rating, or at least some kind of gambling rating or something needs to be put on these things, and it should not be accessible to kids. I 100% agree with you on that.
Right.
I
just think it was
don't understand
to say it was a shooting down parenting.
No, fuck the rating. This mechanic needs to be taken out of gaming. Simple as that. No rating needs to be put, because things like football, that shouldn't have a rating on it. Or when you're 5 or you're 55, you should be able to play it. But having in-game mechanics like loot packs and stuff like that, which turns kids into gamblers, that's the shit that needs to.
Well, I think if you play an online game, as I said, that I think that's fine if you're playing an online game. But yeah, if you're just buying a football game or a soccer game, then you don't need it. You're right. But if you're playing like online and there is some kind of mechanic there, but again, that boils back to, your kids having access to banking information and stuff like that, which they should not have.
Well, here's the other thing, though.
I agree that.
Right. Well, right. But a kid stealing it doesn't mean that they, it wasn't like the access was given to them. Again, when like in engineering, we rarely ever, engineer to the malicious intent, because you could, crazy trying to deal with that. But the thing is that like what the way like World of Tanks and World of Warships have gotten, dealt with that, is that there's nothing that's in the game that you can't earn by playing the game. You might be able to use money to get it too, and there are loot packs, but you at least have the ability to buy it with in-game currency.
Massive amounts of grinding.
Right. So at least if you could grind it if possible, but if there's something in the game that you can only get by basically a gambling mechanic, that's a serious problem.
Yeah, and no, I agree with you 100%. I think that everything you should be able to get in a game, you should be able to earn. There shouldn't be you can only get this person through exclusive purchases through this loot box. No, I feel like if you are willing to put in the time and the money, or not money, sorry, the time to earn that, or if you want to be a whale, then just be a whale and just earn it really quick and then move on to the next game, because it's not like you're going to be there for a long time. Whales are just like
the problem is
what's a whale?
When that happens, every game becomes that, and then you end up in a situation like going from Arkham City to Suicide Squad.
What's a whale in this context?
The
So
whale
a
is somebody
whale-
who. Oh, go ahead.
God. No,
Whale
God,
somebody who pays for everything in a game. Like they pay for all the best gear, they pay for all the, and so they're just spending tons of money to get all the best gear to skip stuff and all that, so yeah.
See, I was in World of Tanks for a while back when there wasn't anywhere near as much stuff. So like I remember I joined a clan and people were like, we were doing tier 6 and people said, well, what tier 6 tanks do you have? I'm like, all of them. They're like, well, do you have this one? All of them. Do you have this other one? All of them. Like, name a tank.
So how much money have you spunked on World of Tanks?
Probably about $350. But that's the thing. Basically, I got to a point where I'm like, once they started, they're basically putting in tanks that are like a medium tank, which should be less powerful than a heavy tank, that could easily beat the heavy tanks. And I'm not, and that's when I stopped spending money on it. I was like, fuck it. You guys now you're basically rendering everything I put money in before worthless. And so now you're trying to get me to spend more money on new shit, and I ain't doing it. So
why would you enter
away so much money on it that they're gonna keep changing the rules, moving the goalposts, and they're just there to screw you. That's it. Right. They don't they don't care about you. They don't care about your money. Yeah. Holy shit.
Sorry, Daniel.
How? On the TMNT hotline.
Cowabunga, dude.
I play the free-to-play game Hearthstone quite a lot. I've been playing it for 10 years. I haven't spent money on it in about maybe 6 years, but I spent maybe about 150 quid overall on that game, and I don't mind because I still play it.
And so you've gotten 10 years out of it. So
yeah, that's a big difference. I still play it now. I sometimes stream the game on Hearthstone. Oh, sorry, on NerdTube now and again. I played it today. There's going to be. I've got myself in a position now where I'm able to gather enough in-game currency to buy the next expansion every time. So I'm good to go.
Yeah. And me and my friend when the Warzone came out and that had like the battle passes and all this kind of shit, which I don't mind Call of Duty's monetization because it's just cosmetic and I don't give a shit about cosmetics at all. Like I don't have FOMO, so I have no I don't spend on anything like that. But a prime example, Warzone, I haven't spent a single penny, and that game was free to play. We just grinded out the first 2 battle passes to build up enough in-game currency to the point now where each time we bought the battle pass, by the time we'd finished that battle pass, we already had the money again to buy. So we never spent any money and all of that. And I think that's a good metric. And I think that for all of Activision's shittiness, that was the one thing they got right. So I don't mind that. But you've spent £15 a year for the 10 years you've been playing the game. That's nothing.
Yeah.
And it's a game
and on top of that,
it's a card game.
Yeah. And on top of that, it is a game where you open up these packs of cards and you got to hope you get the right pack. But if you get duplicates and multiples, you get this in-game magic dust. And if you accumulate enough dust, you can then get the card you actually want by using the dust to create the card that you fucking want. So you can get what you want without having to luck out. And plus there's 6 or 7 classes. Oh, sorry, actually there's like 10 classes now. I only play with one, and I play with the others sometimes depending on other game modes. But on the main game mode, I only play with one, and I'm very satisfied with that. I play as a rogue.
Well, we are very responsible gamers here. That's the thing. But we also come from a generation where we didn't have all that stuff. We can live without that stuff. And you guys are right about the FOMO.
Used to the spunking away hundreds of pounds.
Am I the oldest person here?
Yeah.
I'm 49.
I'm 46.
What did you ask, Joe?
Am I the oldest person here?
Yeah. Yeah. You said you're 55, isn't it? Yeah. We're just a couple of years behind you. Don't worry.
Rick B says he's 21. If he's 21, I don't know.
He's 21 on each leg, as my dad would say.
Yeah, he's 21, but he spent money in the 90s.
Yeah, no, he's joking. He's
You're
right.
21. You wouldn't live in the 90s.
Yeah, yeah. He
Yeah,
already had his
legit.
birthday last week, so he's
Well,
already.
there was something on Facebook, and I can't remember what it was.
Mentally 21.
But it was some sort of nostalgia thing, and people were being like nostalgic, but like kind of angry about how things were today. And it was just like, and I'm looking at the age of the people saying this, and I'm like, you weren't around when that was a thing. What are you talking about? You can't be nostalgic for shit that happened before you were born.
Right.
Oh mate, don't listen, mate. There's people talking about things like, oh man, I can't believe people used to do this and that and all this kind of stuff was, and they're talking about the 90s, and I'm like, fuck you. You know, it just, you can't comprehend that it was all 30 years ago. You know, Christine.
I remember I was born in the 70s, so bell bottoms were around. Obviously, I was a child though, but I was old enough that bell bottoms came around again. Like, that's when you know that
In
you
the
can
90s.
reminisce about how things used to be and how you miss a certain trend when you've been through them twice.
Yeah. Well, that's the
But
thing. I'm the only one here born in the 60s.
Yeah, you're the only one, mate. You know, so you must have had the Evel Knievel bike.
Yes, I did. I had the Evil. I didn't have the Evel Knievel bike, but I had the Evel Knievel rocket jet thing that you actually plugged it in and you turned the crank, and once it got fast enough, it like zoomed off.
I had
And there are
that as well.
there are a ton of TikTok videos of people just rediscovering that toy, and they fucking love it, and they do weird, great
Evel
videos with it.
Knievel.
Yeah, but the
Evel
thing is, I've
Knievel
just
is
wanted
a
to
real
say
American
that.
hero.
So the flares coming back kind of thing, the equivalent of that now in our era would be cargo trousers coming back, cargo pants, cargo trousers,
Cargo trousers.
yeah, coming back now. That like, which was 20 years ago. You know, the 2000s, where everyone was. What did we call them over here? Was it
cargo pants?
Huh?
We call them
Cargo
cargo
pants.
pants too.
We
Cargo pants.
called them cargo here as well, didn't we? Yeah, cargo.
No,
Khaki. Khaki.
no. There were combat trousers.
Combat trousers and khaki trousers. Yeah, that's it.
All three,
Yeah.
like all three, kind of apply.
Yeah.
Well, like you said, Christine, in Canada,
And
you're kind of
frosted
at the nexus between the UK and the United States.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
you know what's going to come next? You know what's going to come next? Those flames that people used to wear in 2003.
Yeah,
What?
the flame. Fucking hell, yeah.
The flames.
What?
The flames.
And Ed Hardy shirts coming back, you know,
Oh.
all that kind of shit. Yeah, the flames. The
I
kind
was
of flame.
just waiting for 80s teased up hair to come back.
No. No.
And again, I was in New Jersey, so
Oh,
I was
that
like, now
stuff came
essential
back,
for that
yeah.
shit.
Joe, that stuff came back. All the kind of 80s look. That was the hipsters. They were kind of rocking all the 80s looks. That was 10 years ago. That was 12 years ago. 2012, around there. That was a kind of hipster movement. No, they were a bit before that. It was 07 or something like that. But yeah,
This is Fashion Hour with NerdTube.
I better put cargo trousers, basically cargo trousers, like skinny jeans,
one thing
skinny
I've not
cargo
seen come back-
trousers. Oh, you fucking nonce, Rick.
I've not seen come back, or maybe it hasn't, and I missed it. But corduroy slacks.
Oh God.
Oh God.
I like them.
Old bed pants.
I like them.
Yeah.
On
Man,
certain
I had me
people,
some corduroys
look
in
good.
the 70s.
I remember I was in a gay club once and I just heard this loud clacking. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Is somebody trying to rip something apart? Turn around, it was two gay guys grinding in cargo in their corduroy pants. I'm joking. That didn't happen, but you know, it's like
You could start a fire.
huh? Yes. Yeah.
So Rick
That's
B,
not
are you
a lot
looking
of
at
I've seen your hair. You still rock the flock of seagulls look.
Rick B? Are you rocking that prepubescent mustache?
my Gen X music playlist. I'm up to about 700 songs, and I keep buying more music. Today I got Devo and Foreigner that came in.
Yes.
And I've been ordering. And there's some bands, even some bands that I only liked a few songs. Like fuck it, they're part of my '80s experience. They're going on the list, you know.
But you've also showed your age because you say you still buy the CDs.
Yes. Well, part of that though is being an engineer because I don't like streaming music because I don't want to. I hate DRM and I don't want to be dependent on an account to listen to my fucking music.
Yeah. No, I agree.
This is mine, and I ripped it, and it's gonna go in the attic. And if it ever, if my computer dies and my backups all die, I still have my goddamn music.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's when I decided to buy a house, my parents were like, buy a condo. It's going to be easier to maintain. And I'm like, no, man, because if that building comes down, like my space, my living space is gone. It's just now airspace, right? My house is on land. If my house comes down, I still have the land that I can build on. It's mine. And Daniel, sorry about the trigger there.
What trigger?
Someone in the comments. It's okay.
Oh, the destruction of the ozone layer all over again with just cans of hairspray.
Yeah.
On behalf of New Jersey, I would like to apologize to all the damage we did to the ozone layer in the 80s.
you people and your hairsprays, you know.
If I were to show you my senior year yearbook, you will be appalled at the amount of hairspray, and not just the women, the guys too.
Yeah. Winslow, I was going to ask, what do you think of Kelly Hansen?
I don't know who that is.
Right, so Lou Green was original
I'll be right back.
Singer of Foreigner. Kelly Hansen's a new singer of Foreigner.
That's right.
Sorry, I'm a rock nerd.
I got you. I'm not familiar with the more recent Foreigner stuff, so I couldn't comment.
Yeah, repeat that for Gaz. Your mic's a bit low as well.
Kelly Hansen, the new lead singer of Foreigner.
Yeah, there you go. New lead singer of Foreigner. If you still follow Foreigner. Oh yes.
There's very little music that I like that's
original
newer than 1995. Mostly Rammstein.
This is like 1985, was it? Like, I want to know what love is.
It's fine, but not Lou. There you go.
I want to be within the lines. Sorry.
That is a karaoke classic, boss man. When I'm pissed out my face and they get all the lads all together, we sing that song in unison. Fucking yeah, baby. That's how.
Which song? I didn't hear it.
The Foreigners, I want to know where love is. And
okay, that song. So okay, that's a different singer, right?
No, that's Lou Graham. Yeah, that's the original guy.
That's Lou Graham. Yeah.
That's the original guy. Okay.
Yeah, that's a fucking great tune. That singing out the top of your lungs, everything breaking and dying, great one. In Excess.
Yep. That's In Excess. I mean, I'm mostly a metalhead, but like prior to 1983. I was like a top 40s type of person, and I guess 83 was my transition year. I was into like there was a lot of really good top 40 stuff, and that's when I discovered metal. And so for me, that was my most important year, music wise, because that's when I discovered Ozzy and Black Sabbath and Dio and Iron Maiden and all that.
83 was my transition year too.
I'll give it another one.
I transitioned into this world.
Foreigner should just be called Native now instead of Foreigner too. Call it Native.
Like the other like karaoke classic I used to sing back in the day is "Wind of Change" by Scorpion.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Going down to Gorky Park. Oh my goodness, what a song.
The day that the Russia invaded Ukraine, I played that song and cried because I thought about. I remember when the wall fell and all the optimism we had and stuff, songs like that. And I was thinking, yeah, someday I'm gonna go visit Russia. It's gonna be awesome. We're all gonna be, friendly and all that. And I was like, yeah, we were overly optimistic.
That didn't work out, did it?
It didn't work out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My first concert I ever went to, and by the way, I was no fucking idea because so my uncle in Greece, he was like part of the most famous rock band in that country.
Oh wow!
And they got to open for Iron Maiden.
Wow!
was 88. I think it was 1988. And my uncle's just like the most wonderful. He's a drummer. He's a phenomenal drummer. And he's just the most wonderful, like, caring person on the planet. And I was there for the holidays, and he just took me to a fucking Iron Maiden concert. And I didn't realize the impact it had, because Iron Maiden at the time, that was the biggest crowd they ever played to. When they went to Athens, like, the guy comes out and he just couldn't fucking believe his eyes. It was like, holy shit, look at this fucking crowd and all this kind of stuff. And I was there backstage just enjoying it. And that was my first proper concert. And,
Wow.
Do you remember the name of your uncle's band?
they're called the Termites, or Termites. They'll be called in there. Just type in the Termites Greece, and you see he's the drummer. And his brother as well was part of the band, but he kind of left on. And the lead singer from that, which is Machiaritsas, and my uncle, they went off. They had, the lead singer of that band just called his new band Machiaritsas under his own name, and they toured all over. And when they came to England, they played at the Astoria in central London, and it was completely fucking sold out. And this is a band from the 80s, and yet the people that went and saw them were all young. They were all in their 20s. So that's the kind of impact. Just think of them as like, Metallica or Iron Maiden, that kind of like.
Yeah, I found Lavrentiis Margaritas.
Yeah, Lavrentiis Margaritas. He passed away 2 years ago, sadly. And then you got Philippa Sideropoulos. That's my uncle. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Which one your uncle?
Philippa. So you'll see that. Yeah, Philippa Speedy. Fucking, I always forget his surname, but yeah, that's my uncle. And that was a band. They were good. Yeah, fucking good tunes as well. Winslow here. My best concert was when I jumped up on stage with Merle Haggard. He started playing Heart to Heart and didn't have Leona Williams. So I asked if I could be her, and he said yes. Oh, awesome.
That's cool. What my favorite concert is.
What's your best concert?
Spice Girls.
No, Sepultura. Before Max Cavalera left.
Nice.
And they played this really, really heavy concert. Like it was between that and the Offspring, because I remember getting really drunk in the crowd beforehand, and the two girls that we brought with us wouldn't sit anywhere near me because they thought I was pissed. I wasn't. And even though I was like drinking like bloody bottles of vodka and wine, and then they were doing like bubbles. That was fun. Yeah.
When I was a student, I did stewarding at lots of concerts in like Wembley Arena, Wembley Stadium. I saw so many amazing things. I saw people like Neil Diamond, and I saw KD Lang, and I saw Roxette, and I saw what do you call it? Fucking Meatloaf. Meatloaf was awesome. Roxette and Meatloaf were really good. Barry Manilow. My God, this one woman, she came up to me with a bunch of flowers, and she was like crying as she's talking to me, saying, I came in personally to give this to Mr. Manilow. Can you please take me to him? I'm thinking, what? There's no fucking chance of that happening. Yeah.
I once opened for Darla from the Little Rascals on board a cruise ship in the 80s.
Cool.
Fucking awesome.
Best concert I went to was AC/DC at SARS Fest, and the Rolling Stones followed them and didn't come out for like 45 minutes because AC/DC rocked the stage so friggin' hard they didn't want to follow them.
I want to quickly tell you this story. When I worked at the Royal Albert Hall stewarding there, I did the Diana Ross concert, and I was backstage working at that on that particular gig, and Diana Ross comes along, and she's already bitching and complaining to whoever she was walking alongside, maybe her manager or agent or whatever. She's in her dressing room now, and I'm at certain times I'm hearing things break, and I'm hearing her scream like really, really fucking mad, yeah. And also, by the way, when she was walking into a dressing room, she was saying how much she fucking hates this country and how much she hates London as well. And next thing you know, this was so like out of a scene of a Hollywood movie. One person comes running out, almost looks like she's crying, and then you're already hearing the PA announcer mentioning, through the corridors of the building, you can hear the guy like announcing that Diana Ross is about to come on. Diana Ross is about to leave her room now, and her agent comes out and tells the stewards not to look at her because she doesn't like people looking at her. We have to look at the ground as she walks past us. I'm thinking to myself, this bitch is about to go on stage with people looking at her. But all right, so she's walking past us now, complaining about God knows what, complaining. The PA guy is going, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Diana Ross, and she's still complaining, and then she goes on stage, and I can hear her through the corridors going, "Oh, London, it's good to be back. I love you all," and all of this. What the fuck? I couldn't believe it, man. It was so fucking
Where do
surreal.
you think the term diva came from? She was one of the people that helped give birth to it.
Oh yeah, I mean
it was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, well, like Jerry Seinfeld's like that too. I knew somebody who was worked at a club at a theater down in Florida, and you weren't allowed to look at him, talk to him. It's like, get over yourself. But Meatloaf, he played my college, and he's a prick, or he was a prick. Like he had his students, right? So there's students assigned to help him out, and I was on the floor where his dressing room was, what they gave him as a dressing room, and I heard him just bitching people out and cursing and throwing shit, and I'm like, dude, you're playing a fucking college, like, these are college students that are helping you, not these are not professionals. But my best concerts, Rammstein at Madison Square Garden, Metallica in the Round on the Black Album tour. But probably the absolute best was Vixen, White Lion, and Ozzy, and I was third row center, and Ozzy was Ozzy, and he was in his form. So this was like 1989, I want to say, and he was just going nuts on stage and singing, and everyone's standing on their seats, and so at one point Ozzy's over on the side, he's throwing water on people, doing stuff. So people in my section sat down, they got off their chairs. My friend Johnny and I, we're still up there, like, fuck this, we're not getting, I'm not going to get up and down, this isn't church. So at one point Ozzy comes running back towards center stage, and now when you're that close, when you're third row, there's enough light coming off the stuff that they can, he can see you. So he came running back, and we're the only ones still standing on our chairs. And he looked right at us and was like, "Ah!" We're like, I'm like, Ozzy Osbourne, I acknowledged my existence.
That's brilliant.
That's brilliant. I worked backstage at the Motorhead concert in Brixton Academy, and I worked in the green room, and I met Lemmy in person. He came up to me, shook my fucking hand. He looks really tall on the television, but he's not that tall. He's under 6 foot, which is crazy, but he looks like a very tall man. But you would think that these rockers and stuff like that would be trashing the place and doing lines of coke on the table, but no, they were just dying around and chatting to their friends and drinking some wine or whatever. It was very like casually formal, which was pretty cool, especially from those guys. But Lemmy, what a fucking legend, man! What a legend! Absolutely. I'm so happy that he shook his hand.
Nobody ever had a bad word to say about Lemmy, man. No. Cheetah, what's your favorite concert you ever been to?
Fucking Teletubbies. Teletubbies on ice.
God, I hate you, Sam. Weird Al Yankovic. I went and saw him.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, that was my first concert, one of my favorites. I saw Weird Al Yankovic at a theater in my hometown here. And it's a smaller theater, so it's not like a big, huge venue. So like all of the seats felt like they were really close. So we all felt late. But I mean, this is back when the Saga Begins came out, that album, he did the American Pie spinoff and everything. So I mean, and he had a great concert. I mean, he's all over that stage, and he's just got this energy, and and then he comes out in like the Jedi garb, and it's like, and keep in mind, this is back before everybody hated Star Wars.
Right. So, that's the Running with Scissors album.
Yeah, Running with Scissors. That's right. Yeah. So
I actually met him around that time. I was with friends, and we were going out drinking. We were in Pittston, Pennsylvania, like near Scranton, and we were leaving the club. It's late, and Weird Al had played in town earlier that night or in that area. We're walking out of the club. He's walking in, and I'm the first person. So he walked out. I was like, "It's Weird Al." I'm like, "Hi," and I shook his hand, and then he got mobbed. And I could see he was definitely someone not really comfortable with, having, some people eat that up. He clearly did not. And I don't blame him, but it was just like, I felt bad for the guy because I'm sure he just wanted to go out to the club and everyone's like, oh,
Yeah, sadly, that's just got happy. Christine, what was your favorite concert?
AC/DC.
Oh, yeah, you said AC.
Hands down. How about Gaz?
Yeah.
I didn't hear Gaz's.
Gaz, I was going to go to
Gaz's is Taylor
sorry.
Swift.
No, it was Sepultura in 1995.
Who?
Who?
Sepultura.
The Brazilian.
Yeah, Brazilian
rock band.
Yeah.
Oh, when he got his
right,
Brazilian. Oh, okay.
Nice. Mine would be, so there's four that I loved equally, and they're kind of across the board in genres. So Faithless, which was like a group that did like dance music, phenomenal, absolutely brilliant gig. Just the music was like, you see them, you hear them on the radio and you think just amazing dance music, but then you see them live and they're doing it all instrumentally, and it just added a whole other level. Destiny's Child, which that one I got to see for free because like with Zam, I worked with a security team, but I didn't work for them. My friend, I had one of my best friends at university was head of security at the university. I just kind of like talking to them. So he just like, yeah, just go there, ask for Mario. He'll give you a jacket and you can just go watch all the concerts. So I got to see Destiny Child, a couple of others. But there's them, UB40 and the band Ghost, which was only 2 years ago. And those are my favorite concerts. Just all completely different genres. Yeah.
Van Morrison was good too.
Oh, he sounds fucking awesome. I bet he's great live.
Yeah. The only thing I didn't like, but I mean, he can do what he wants with it. And I guess he was tired of doing Brown Eyed Girl. He just let everyone in the band have a solo. And that's kind of the one song you want to hear, like he does it on the record. And you're like, okay, all right. Like you're sick of it.
Brown Eyed Girl at a Van Morrison concert. That's even better for me.
No, sorry. Who am I talking about? Who does Brown Eyed Girl?
Van Morrison.
Okay, sorry.
Van Morrison. No, I hate that song. Sorry, it's just a personal thing.
Actually, I hate that song for probably completely different reasons. So
is it because it was supposed to be Brown Skin Girl?
No.
No, it was.
It was a very influential song in with my ex. So my ex-wife. So yeah. So she was always my brown-eyed girl because
I just hate it because they just used to play at the fucking clubs all the time. They play like white Anglo man kind of music and brown-eyed girl.
Eileen,
come on, Eileen, and all this kind of shit. I'm like,
oh my god.
I mean, I used to work at a bar, so like every wedding and every funeral, there used to be New York, and I cannot stand that song ever since.
It's one of the crooner songs I don't like. So yeah, I know what you mean.
Brown Eyed Girl was supposed to be Brown Skin Girl, but at the time, the producers and so on were like, no, they won't buy it. The public, because he wanted to talk about
Brown Eyed Girl.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been a fan of the song. Again, part of it's gets overplayed, and also it's one of those songs that a lot of people do sing along, and if it's one of those things, if you don't sing along, people look at you like there's something wrong with you. Just like everything from Jimmy.
He has
just like Jimmy Buffett, who I despise.
Yeah.
He had other great music, though.
The Killers have kind of taken that mantle with Mr. Brightside recently. Like everyone fucking sings that song, and I mean it's a good song. I like it, but I don't want to fucking hear it again.
Oh, it's like that one.
I've heard it to death.
What is it? A Grateful Dead song. Casey Jones. And even people, especially that part where he gets high on cocaine, and people lean into that verse. Even people who don't use cocaine, I'm like, what are you fucking doing? You don't take cocaine. What are you talking about?
Yeah, okay. Well, over here they do. We're the biggest consumers of cocaine in the world here in England. So
No,
it's really
no. Tony Khan's nostril is the greatest.
Oh yes, yes. Tony Khan is the great.
Never touched this stuff myself.
I unfortunately have, but I have 6 years and 4 months. Yay!
I'll tell you one song.
It was offered to me when I was in college. But,
Wait, what song's that?
Mr. Blue Sky, Mr. Blue Sky. Where did we go wrong?
Fuck that song as well.
They play that shit all the fucking time. Songs that were really good, they overplay it, and I fucking hate it.
Well, see, Ginger, over here, like you said, "Come On, Eileen." See, that got a lot of play in the '80s, but see, and that's actually I actually have that because again, that's part of my
away. It won't go away from here. Like
really,
all the English scat rap.
Everybody gonna feel it's like.
Yeah, it won't go away like that. Oops, Upside Your Head, all these kind of fucking songs. It's just like, I want to
power. Like, oh my god.
Yeah,
I love I Got the Power. That's one of my songs.
Yeah, no, I love that song as well. That's a fucking classic.
But my all-time like club dance song to dance to is Humpty Dance. Like I don't care, as decrepit and broken as I am, if that song comes on, I'm gonna I'll dance until I drop, which will be about 45 seconds. But
I'll remember that if we're ever at the club. I'm going to request that, Joe, if we're ever at a club.
Well,
so
all right.
There is one song that they get played a lot. I still like those, Safety Dance.
What's that one?
That one.
Men Without Hats.
Men Without Hats, Safety Dance.
Again, which is going to be part of my.
We can go where we want to. We can
do anything we want. And if you don't dance,
it has a great symphony in it, a great beat. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I like it.
Christine, I'm gonna promise you, if we're ever out at the club somewhere and that song comes on, I promise I will dance with you.
Okay.
Again, you might have to peel me up off the floor afterward, but hey, I'll.
Well,
I remember.
You might.
Sorry,
You might have to do that for me because you know my back.
Well, we'll enjoy each other's company on the floor then.
There you go.
Sit on the floor and dance on the floor. But I remember I went to a club and they would do, it was an 80s night and all that. I'm thinking, oh great, you get the classics like Eurythmics and a bit of Wham and all this kind of shit. And no, they were playing like the most fucking workman's club kind of crap that you can't fucking dance to. And I just got really pissed off with the fucking DJ. I went out to a Tesco.
You pray for me now.
Yeah, all this kind of shit. I went to the Tesco's across the road and I bought an 80s CD, okay, the one that had all the fucking dance tunes on it, went back, gave it to him and said, this is fucking 80s club music. You're playing white people shit that you can't fucking dance to. Obviously, he just took one look at me and goes, fuck off, you fat cunt. I was just like,
wait a minute, I resemble that remark.
Yeah.
But yeah,
like I love 80s music. Like I love 80s pop and 80s dance is among the best there's ever been, especially for like a guy that used to love going clubbing. And you don't play that and you play shit that you can't fucking dance to. It's so infuriating. I mean, you get it, Zach.
I love Eurythmics.
Phenomenal.
Eurythmics were one of my favorite from the 80s.
Love them.
See, one of the when I lived in Buffalo for that one horrible cold year, we went out to a club and we were trying to, the downstairs was like house music, the upstairs they were playing like alternative. And we're trying to get the DJ to play something good because they were just playing garbage. Just Buffalo, what do you expect? So, we were like, we wanted them to play Thieves by Ministry. And he wouldn't do it. And then eventually finally did. And so my friends, because we had friends visiting up from New Jersey, and we went out on that floor and we were just moshing around. And there was this local guy. He was trying to mosh with us because most people were just kind of like dancing to themselves. This guy's trying to slam with us, and I was in a bad mood because like one of my friends had gotten sick, and like he kept puking everywhere, and the club guy wouldn't let us in unless I would personally take responsibility for him. So I'm ready to get out some aggression, and this guy's trying to mosh with me, and I just fucking clobbered him, and I just kept, he ended up falling on the ground. And then I walk off the floor, and I sit down, and he comes over to me, and I thought he was going to start some shit, and so all my friends were like right behind him, and he came over and was like, "Man, that was great, man." He's like, "People out here, they don't hit. You hit me. I was on the floor, I was on the ground," and I'm like, "I'm happy to beat the shit out of you anytime you want."
Nice.
Nice. All right, then, guys. I think we're going to wrap it up there. It's like 20-2 over here in the UK.
Yeah, I got work in about 3 hours.
No, there you go.
A bit longer than that. About 7 hours, 8 hours. Yeah, so I'm fine.
Yeah, and then we've got a barbecue to go to afterwards.
Yeah,
and
we're going for some smoky barbecue.
Smoky barbecue tomorrow, and then after that, join us for. We're going to be doing the Doctor Who live stream for the Whovians and their favorite episodes. And if I'm not there, it's because I'm still at the barbecue with Zam. So, Cheeto, you might have to run things in the background if you're around tomorrow.
I have nerd night tomorrow. So, what time is it?
8:30 UK time.
7-6.
Oh, and by the way,
I'll be at nerd night. So,
I've just posted in the chat as well. This is our TikTok channel. We got lots of stuff on there which you won't necessarily find on our YouTube channel. So check that out as well. It's growing bit by bit, So
are you invited to the barbecue?
Cheeto?
Cheeto, not yet, Rick, but eventually.
What part of the state are you from, Cheeto?
Huh?
What part of the planet are you from?
Ohio.
Cool.
Yeah. So on that note, I'm going to leave it there. Yep, join us for Doctor Who tomorrow. We've got plenty of other stuff coming. Sub to the TikTok channel as well. We do random shit on there, and especially food reviews. They're always good fun. And on that note, good night. Bye-bye.